Good evening and welcome to the outskirts of Chicago in Schaumburg, Illinois, as we celebrate the return of Frontier League Baseball and the Evansville Otters. My name is Ryan Brown, so please you could join me in the booth for what is our Evansville Otters pregame show on the Otters Digital Network. Tonight, the Otters return for the 2021 Frontier League Baseball season on opening day as they set to square off against the Schaumburg Boomers from Wintrust Field here in Schaumburg, Illinois. In our pregame show, we will take a look at our lineups. We will take a look at our two starters today for the Otters and the Boomers. We will turn things over to an interview with field manager Andy McCauley of the Evansville Otters, entering his 11th season with the club. And then we will do a quick recap of spring training action and get you ready for first pitch. So to wrap up spring training, which concluded officially on Tuesday with the final spring training workout and final cuts made by the Otters, they had two spring training workouts, one on Monday, one on Tuesday, which followed their final spring training exhibition game of the spring season last Sunday, when the Evansville Otters concluded that schedule on a high note at Bosse Field, because they captured a 3-1 win over the traveling Black Sox. The Otters pitchers pitched very well on the mound, as they had all spring, striking out 9 batters in this instance while issuing only 1 walk. It was Anthony Arias that day who provided Evansville with a strong starting performance, throwing 3 scoreless innings, striking out 4, and allowing only 2 hits. Included in that game was a home run by outfielder Bryce Denton in the bottom of the 8th inning. And again, the final in that one, 3-1, closing out a spring record for the Otters of 4-3. Looking forward to tonight's matchup. On the mound for the Otters will be left-handed pitcher Dalton Stambaugh, who last pitched for the Florida Gulf Coast League Orioles down in Sarasota, Florida, back in 2019. We'll go ahead and give you those lineups now as we prepare on our Otters pregame show, our Evansville Otters pregame show for the Schaumburg Boomers. They will lead things off with the left-handed hitting Brett Milazzo, the center fielder. Batting second, Angelo Gums, the second baseman and right-handed hitter. Batting in the 3-hole, that's Alec Craig, the left fielder, who bats left-handed. 4, 5, and 6, middle of the order, Willie Garcia, Quincy Nieporte, Nick Ames, and 7, 8, 9, Luke Becker, Nick Otto, Matt McGarry. Now, for their starting pitcher, that will be Kyle Arjona. Arjona, the right-handed pitcher, stands at 5'11", 185 pounds, last played for the Clearwater Threshers down in Clearwater, and he resides in Cape Coral, Florida. He is entering his rookie 2 season. And for the Evansville Otters, their lineup is as follows. In center field, it's Miles Gordon, the left-handed hitter. Batting second, switch hitter Andy DeJesus, playing at short. Batting third, it's Bryce Denton, out in left. Batting fourth, Riley Crane, another lefty. Then in the 5-hole, it's Elijah McNamee, the right-handed hitting right fielder. Then batting sixth, the catcher Dakota Phillips. He bats left-handed. Batting seventh, J.R. Davis, the second baseman. DHing and batting eighth, returner John Schultz, who bats left-handed. And rounding out the order in the 9 spot, Christopher Pujols, the third baseman. He bats right-handed. I already mentioned Dalton Stambaugh on the mound for the Otters. And that will round out our pitcher-catcher battery. As you know, it's Dalton Stambaugh on the mound and Dakota Phillips behind the plate. And this pitcher and catcher battery is sponsored by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call 812-475-9000. We'll step aside for a moment and return with an interview with skipper Andy McCauley, entering his 11th season with the Evansville Otters, when we return on the Evansville Otters pregame show. Talking now with field manager of the Evansville Otters, Andy McCauley, getting ready for tonight's opening day matchup between the Evansville Otters and the Schaumburg Boomers. Andy, I know you've been asked this question a ton, but now that you're here, also in a ballpark that you got to manage in for a number of years, after an extraordinary 2020, does it feel different, the start to this season?
It does. It has a little added excitement being away for a year. Neat that I get to open up in Schaumburg. Got a lot of good friends still here. A lot of host families that were here when I was here, and some fans. But there's some familiar faces here too. The Healy's and Jackie Knight made it up, so we got some familiar faces in the stands as well from down in Evansville. But no, there's some added excitement. The guys are really excited. I mean, for me, missing a year, what was awful, I can't imagine it was to a player missing an entire year. The window of opportunity is small, and these guys, they're at the age where they need to move up, and to miss an entire year, there's some added excitement there with that.
And we've talked in the past about the interest now of having maybe a more talented roster than in years previous because of the contraction of affiliated baseball. For the excitement of these guys trying to get back to maybe an affiliated league or looking at it in terms of that, what do you like about some of these young guys that you have on your team, and what did they show you in spring training that has stood out to you going forward?
Well, there's some talented kids out there. It's still a younger level league. We don't have the AA, AAA big league guy. There's other leagues for that, and this is the age we want. But there were some surprising releases. Some of the guys we have out there, that probably wouldn't have been released had they not contracted MLB. But then MLB expanded their rosters to protect against COVID and injury. So even though the usual 25-man rosters in affiliated baseball, they've been expanded as well. So that there's less players that would have been released this year. So the pool is smaller, and their expanded rosters certainly didn't help because there weren't as many releases from spring training. But I'm happy with who we got. We've had a great spring training. We'll see how we stack up later tonight.
I wanted to ask you about Dalton Stambaugh getting the nod to be tonight's opening day starter. What did you see out of him through spring training? What do you like about his level of competition on the mound? Just wanted to hear your thoughts on him.
Well, he came highly recommended from a guy that we all know and love, Patrick McGuff. He did a great job for us as a starting pitcher for us the last couple of years. Got picked up twice, I believe. So certainly somebody that we will respect his opinion on. He highly recommended him. Played together at Morehead State. And then it's just a matter of putting our eyes on him. And yeah, just a lot of composure on the mound, a lot of competitiveness when he takes the mound, and being able to throw strikes with a couple different pitches. And just a real battler, kind of a lefty, crafty lefty that's going to keep you in every ball game. So, he gets the nod tonight, and Vale will get the nod on Saturday with the home opener.
And then the last question I want to ask you about is related to a few more fresh faces. Interested to hear about 3 draft picks of the Evansville Otters who made the roster, because we're talking about now having been through those final cuts. We're talking about Trent Nash, Christopher Pujols, and Joe Sullivan. Maybe a couple words on those guys to see what they demonstrated to you this past spring.
Yeah, it's surprising. Very rarely have I gone to the Frontier League tryout camp and taken as many as I did. I think I took 5 this year. Usually in the past I've taken 2, maybe 3 tops. But we had some holes to fill. We had some guys that are coming in later, and we had to take a look at some people and give us some depth to get through these spring training games. Early on we didn't want guys playing the whole 9 innings. We wanted to keep it short stints, to try and build up some stamina and avoid injury. So we brought in more players to the spring training roster, and I'll tell you, Trent had just an unbelievable camp. Really showed us, both offensively, defensively, a super kid that's willing to work hard, very respectful. So we're looking forward to see how he translates into the league once we start playing. But he couldn't have had a better camp. Really showed us a lot of things. Christopher Pujols is, he's a Mets guy that came to the camp. He has some pro experience. He's sent from the same hometown as Andretti Cordero, who will be coming in later. So it's good to have a little connection there with Andretti. So we'll be looking forward to when he gets to town. But Christopher also had a great tryout camp in Lake Erie, a tryout in Lake Erie, and then had a good spring training camp with us. And just how things played out with things on the field, left an opening at third base, and he's filled that role.
And I'm going to go back on my word to ask you a real quick question on what do you think are the key strengths of this team going forward that Otters fans are going to want to be paying attention to?
Well, I think we're pretty balanced. I think we have some decent starting pitching. We will have a strong bullpen once some of these guys prove themselves. At the back end with Almonte and Sawyer, I don't think there's two better than that in the league, at least from what we've seen. When we got some young guys in the middle there that need to step up, and prove themselves at this level. McQuarrie and Spring, as well as Justin Lewis and Holgraffer. So there's some youth in the bullpen that need to step up. But we certainly liked what we saw in spring training. I think we'll be a balanced offense 1 through 9. I mean, our 7, 8, 9 is stronger than it's ever been in my time in Evansville, at least in tonight's lineup with Davis in the 7 and Schultze in the 8 and Pujols in the 9. I mean, it's pretty strong through and through in the top of the order, with Gordon and DeJesus 1 and 2. So, we don't really have that big home run guy, but we don't have the big strikeout guy either. So the ball should be put in play, and we'll see whether it finds a hole or not.
Andy, thanks so much and good luck tonight.
All right, thank you, Ron.
That was Otters skipper Andy McCauley with the interview there, entering his 11th season with these Otters, talking about his team for the upcoming 2021 Frontier League baseball season, which begins tonight on opening night from Schaumburg, Illinois. When we return on the Otters Digital Network, we will have First Pitch. You, once again, are listening to the Evansville Otters on the Otters Digital Network. Tonight, the return of Frontier League Baseball and the Evansville Otters from Schaumburg, Illinois. I'm Ryan Brown. Thank you so much for joining us as we prepare for opening night to begin the 2021 Frontier League season. The Evansville Otters are excited to take on the Schaumburg Boomers, their opponents, their first Frontier League opponent in regular season play in just about 2 years since the end of 2019, since the postseason. So much has changed, and yet one thing seems to stay the same and remain, and that is baseball. So happy to have you with us. This feels right from Schaumburg. It is a breath of fresh air as we prepare for another Frontier League season and another season of Otters baseball. The Otters on the road here will be batting first. They wear some of those new unis that were unveiled about a week or so ago. The blue jersey tops and gray pants, and they take on the Schaumburg Boomers wearing black jersey tops, white pants, and caps with white front, black back of those caps, and then an orange bill for the Boomers. That's what those gentlemen look like out there. And how about we go over the Evansville Otters lineup once more to familiarize ourselves with some fresh faces and some familiar ones. Leading things off will be Miles Gordon, the center fielder, then Andy DeJesus, who's a switch hitter, then Bryce Denton, who bats right. Then 4, 5, and 6, Riley Crane, Elijah McNamee, and Dakota Phillips. Rounding out the order, 7, 8, 9, J.R. Davis, John Schultz, and Christopher Pujols. And they battle Kyle Arjona of the Schaumburg Boomers. As we prepare to get underway here, Miles Gordon strolls to the plate as the anticipation builds for the return of the 2021 Frontier League baseball season. Kyle Arjona, 5'11", 185 pounds, 24 years old. The pitch shows bunt and taken outside, ball one for the first pitch of the 2021 Frontier League baseball season. Once again, I'm Ryan Brown. Thanks for joining us from Schaumburg. Official time of that first pitch, 6:38. A fly ball out toward left field. Over is the left fielder to make the catch, and that's as good a time as any to reveal our defensive alignment for the Schaumburg Boomers. Out in left, that was Alec Craig making that catch. In center, it's Brett Milazzo. Then in right, former big leaguer Willie Garcia. Around the horn is Luke Becker, Matt McGarry, Angelo Gums, and Nick Ames. And catching Kyle Arjona, Nick Otto. The defensive alignment for the Schaumburg Boomers. Now batting the number 2 man, Andy DeJesus. Shortstop. Takes a fastball outside. Andy DeJesus, the switch hitter. Standing at 5'8", 175 pounds. The 1-0 pitch is lined foul into the Otters dugout. Elijah Davis, acquired via trade during the offseason from the Gary South Shore Railcats of the American Association. Native of Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. The 1-1 in there for a strike, 1-2. The wind. 1-2 coming home. Fights this one off his hands, but fouls it against the netting behind home plate. Game time temperature from Schaumburg, 52 degrees, a crisp 52 degrees, I should add, and cloudy. Batting with a 1-2 count, Andy DeJesus. Breaking pitch misses in. Tonight's starter for the Boomers, Kyle Arjona, making just his second professional start. The 2-2. Off-speed pitch misses outside. had a number of relief appearances for the Clearwater Threshers in the Florida Gulf Coast League. But this just his second start. The 3-2. Pitch misses outside, and Andy DeJesus is aboard for the Otters' first base runner of the 2021 season with a one-out walk. And that will bring up the former second-round pick of the St. Louis Cardinals back in 2015, Bryce Denton. Denton homered in his last spring training game on Sunday. He is playing left field today. And he bats with a runner at first and one out. First pitch to Denton misses low. Bryce Denton, the Brentwood, Tennessee native, was drafted by those Cardinals out of Brentwood High School. The 1-0 coming. That's a fastball. It misses outside. Says home plate umpire Joe Harris. So Denton bats with a 2-0 count here in the top of the first inning. Pitch misses inside. Denton, a little stutter start, but he holds up well in time. Mostly just trying to get out of the way of that one. As the fastball ran in toward his hands. The 3-0. Outside for ball 4. Back-to-back walks, and the Otters have runners at first and second with one out here in the top of the first inning. And that will bring up left-handed hitting Riley Crane for the Otters. Riley Crane batting now. Playing first base in this one. Evergreen, Colorado native. He returns to the Frontier League after playing for the Joliet Slammers back in 2019. And this will be his 4th season in the Frontier League, as he played for the Windy City Thunderbolts, as the first pitch to Crane is in there for a strike. Between 2017 and 2018. DeJesus off of second, Denton off of first. One out in the top of the first inning, 0-1 the count on Crane. Pitch on its way home. He fouls this out of play off to the left. Crane in 2019 for the Slammers. He hit .280 with them as the 0-2 is fouled at the plate, which included 14 doubles, 3 triples, and 8 homers, while driving in 31 through 96 games and 368 at-bats. The 0-2. Fastball misses just inside. The Boomers' dugout not happy about that call. Count 1-2. Shortstop shading toward the bag. Pitch coming, misses outside. Count moves even on Crane, 2-2. Crane facing Kyle Arjona. And the Schaumburg Boomers, the 2-2. Fights off what looked to be a breaking pitch. And Crane survives. Crane at 26 years old. Lines this back up the middle. The diving shortstop can't make a play. The runner will be waved around third. And DeJesus is going to score on an RBI base hit from Riley Crane. And the Otters take a 1-0 lead here in the top of the first inning. Crane delivers for his first RBI of the season. Again, he drove in 31 2 years ago with the Slammers, batting in that 4-hole. Perhaps already proving to be a little bit of a clutch hitter. I'm sure skipper Andy McCauley is happy to see that. As Crane drives home a run. Took a 2-strike pitch right back up the middle, and the shortstop McGarry, diving to his left, could not make a play. It got into center field, and coming around to score from second was DeJesus. And now it's the Mississippi State product, Elijah McNamee, who takes a strike. Runners at first and second, still only one out. Otters lead 1-0 in the top of the first. And this is hit well out towards left center field. The left fielder closing in. He can't make a play. But it looked like he was going to have a chance, so they're going to throw through a cutoff man to third. And safe is the call as Bryce Denton held up toward the bag, as it looked like the left fielder, Alec Craig, was going to have a play on that ball toward the gap. He went way back behind the fly ball there, approaching the warning track, and then had to abruptly come in on it. And so stumbling in the outfield, he fell forward, and luckily, center fielder Milazzo was there to back him up. But now the bases are loaded full of Otters for Dakota Phillips. And he skies this one out toward left field, but foul. Ball lands along a green hill, which is out of play of the left field line. Place where some fans have brought out some blankets and already set up shop for the evening. Here at Wintrust Field, it's 3:53 down the lines. The 0-1 pitch coming to Phillips, misses up and in. Again, the dimensions of this ballpark built to perfectly mirror those of Wrigley Field. So it's a long way down those corners. Pitch bounces in the dirt. It gets away from the catcher. Coming home and scoring is Bryce Denton on the wild pitch. So the Otters now lead 2-0. As both Crane and McNamee advance to third and second, respectively. 2-0 now for the Otters. By the way, want to make sure we add that McNamee's play, or I should say his fly ball to left that was misplayed by Craig, has not gone as an error. Quite possibly went as a fielder's choice to third, but counting the number of hits, yep, they do have 2 hits up there. So McNamee's fly ball goes for a base hit. He is now at second base, thanks to the wild pitch, which allowed Denton to score from third and Crane to advance from second. Facing Dakota Phillips. The 2-1. That misses low. 3-1 on Phillips. So Arjona, in just the second start of his professional career, showing some wildness early. He's already walked 2 in the inning. They have both come around to score. They being DeJesus and Denton. But a second run comes in to score following an RBI base hit by Riley Crane as a 3-1 pitch misses low, appeal down, no swing. And Dakota Phillips trots to first as the third walk here in the top of the first. Well, Riley Crane singled home Andy DeJesus with one out. And then a fly ball to left. Well hit into the left center field gap, but misjudged by Craig just a little bit. Went a little too far back on it. It falls. It's ruled a base hit. As McNamee is on second, Phillips off of first following the walk, and Crane over at third. First pitch misses to J.R. Davis. Davis, don't believe he saw any spring training action. A recent pickup of the Otters. The 1-0 in there for a strike. 26 years old, out of Vallejo, California. The experienced player last playing for the Washington Wild Things is J.R. Davis. Another curveball bounces in the dirt and gets away. Unable to be blocked, and coming home to score from third is Riley Crane. The second runner to score in the inning on a wild pitch, and the Otters lead 3-0. On the play, McNamee advances to third and Phillips to second. I think early season jitters might be an understatement. The 2-1 to Davis, fouled back and out of play. Davis is returning for his second season in the Frontier League. He signed with the Otters recently, within the past couple of weeks. Last playing for the Washington Wild Things, where he hit .273. And the 2-2, Davis reaches outside the strike zone and swings through a fastball for the second out of the top of the first. And that will bring up the designated hitter, John Schultz. The fan favorite Schultz, age 32, well known around Evansville. As a three-time All-Star, all-time record holder for the Otters. First pitch fastball misses inside. Schultz raises his arms out of the way. The West Lawn, Pennsylvania native holds Otters records in games played, runs batted in, hits, runs scored, doubles, total bases, and walks. The 1-0 misses low. Schultz ahead of the count, batting with 2 runners in scoring position and 2 out. Just about the perfect situation you'd want a veteran at the plate for. The 2-0 fastball in there, strike 1. Schultz again, that all-time RBI leader. He returns to the Otters, playing in the Frontier League for the first time since 2017. 2-1 coming. Pitch misses inside. Schultz well ahead now. 3-1. Runners at second and third. 2 out. The 3-1 to Schultz. Line foul toward left. Three home in the inning for the Otters. One on an RBI base hit by Crane, the others on wild pitches. The 3-2 count. Pitch misses inside for ball 4. That loads the bases again as John Schultz works a 2-out walk on the full count pitch. That is the 4th walk in the inning for Arjona. And it brings up Christopher Pujols. the third baseman for the Otters. Bases loaded. First pitch to Pujols. Misses outside. Pujols, one of the 3 Frontier League draft picks that stayed with the team following spring training. The 1-0. Curveball. High pop. Foul. And out of play. Pujols spent time in the Mets organization. Total of 3 years there as this is flared out toward right. Right fielder moving over toward the line. And just in foul territory, the ball bounces off the right fielder Willie Garcia's glove, and luckily it bounces into foul territory, and they'll say that Garcia was also not in fair territory. So it drops as a long strike, but what should have been out number 3. And a curious play for a former major leaguer in Willie Garcia. So Pujols has new life. Batting with the bases loaded. 2 out and a 1-2 count. Fouls it straight back. Pujols spent a total of 4 years in the Mets organization. Last playing for the Kingsport Mets in the Appalachian League. The 1-2. Curveball in the dirt. This time blocked by catcher Nick Odo. Who has allowed 2 runs to score on the inning. Well, I should say he has not specifically allowed them to score, but on wild pitches that he was unable to block. 2 runs have scored for the Otters, a total of 3. Bases loaded. 2-2 pitch with 2 out is fouled off to the right. Out of play. Back in 2019, Pujols hit .262 with a triple and 3 home runs, driving in 29 and 206 at-bats. Timeout call at the plate. A big pitch coming. Facing the number 9 man in the Otters order. They leave 3-0 here in the top of the first. Bases loaded. 2 out, 2-2 count. Pop-up right side of the infield. It'll be the second baseman, Gums, over to call it, and he makes the catch to finally retire the Otters, who score 3 on a couple of wild pitches, but also the RBI base hit from cleanup man Riley Crane. We head to the bottom of the first inning. You are listening to Evansville Otters baseball on the Otters Digital Network. Once again, a 3-0 lead for the Otters as the Boomers come to bat in the bottom of the first. Bottom of the first inning from Schaumburg, Illinois. The Otters lead the Schaumburg Boomers 3-0 after a productive top half of the first. Dalton Stambaugh on the mound. Pitching to his battery mate, Dakota Phillips. He faces Brett Milazzo here to start things off, and he gets a first pitch fastball over for strike number one. Let's do to the defensive alignment for the Otters. In the outfield, it's Denton, Gordon, and McNamee working left to right. And around the horn, Pujols to Jesus, Davis, and Crane. Once again, Phillips and Stambaugh. The 0-1 fastball pumping into the zone. Stambaugh ahead 0-2. As the Otters lead at 3-0 here in the bottom of the first. They scored a couple of those runs on wild pitches from right-hander Kyle O'Horna, as the 0-2 is cut on and missed. A fastball up and away. Retires Brett Milazzo for the first out and first strikeout of Dalton Stambaugh's evening here in the bottom of the first. Well, anyway, 2 runs came in to score in the top of the first for the Otters on wild pitches. But the first run to cross the plate for the Otters was driven in by Riley Crane with a 1-out single into center field. Angelo Gums batting, the second baseman. Fastball misses outside. Ball 1. Stambaugh, the left-handed pitcher. Pitch is flared out, or I should say, flied out to left. Denton is under it. He makes the catch for the second out. Want to remind you that you can follow the Evansville Otters on Facebook and Twitter for live in-game updates, news stories, ways to interact with the club. Make sure you head over to those social media accounts at Evansville Otters for Facebook and at Evil Otters for Twitter, and follow along. First pitch to Alec Craig, left-handed hitter, misses outside. 2 out here in the bottom of the first. Dalton Stambaugh on the mound. 1-0 fastball in there for a strike. Stambaugh had a very impressive 2019, playing rookie ball for the Gulf Coast League Orioles. A 1-1 coming. I think that was a slider. I think it missed low. Well, back in 2019, through 10 appearances in 21 1/3 innings, Stambaugh had an ERA of just 1.69, allowed 15 hits, 7 walks, and struck out 18. Stambaugh set at the belt. He delivers. Ground ball rolled over toward first, but picked up in foul territory by Riley Crane. He'll slap a faux tag on the batter, Craig. But it's called a foul ball by home plate umpire Joe Harris, so everyone will return to their positions. Now with a 2-2 count. Stambaugh, that pitch mix. Fastball, changeup, and slider. A lefty-on-lefty matchup here as he faces Alec Craig. The 2-2 home. Missed just low, perhaps inside. Looks like Stambaugh might have taken something off that one. Craig doesn't bite. 2 out in the bottom of the first. Otters lead 3-0. Payoff pitch. Skied high on the infield. The left side. The shortstop to Jesus. on the edge of the outfield grass, makes the catch. A 1-2-3 inning for Dalton Stambaugh. We've played one, and the Otters lead 3-0 on opening night of the Frontier League 2021 baseball season. When we return, top of the second, you are listening to the Evansville Otters on the Otters Digital Network. Top of the second inning, and it's the leadoff man, Miles Gordon, batting now. As the Otters plated 9 in their half of the first, and a curveball from Kyle Arjona misses low in the dirt to Gordon, who flew out to left his first time up at the plate just an inning ago. 1-0 fastball catches the outside corner. 1-1. 1-1 pitch coming to Gordon. Slider in there for strike 2. Gordon, an Oakville, Ontario native. Spent some time in the Reds organization. Last played in 2019 for the Daytona Dragons. 1-2. Fastball runs in. Gordon leans out of the way. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Another breaking ball. This misses well outside, in fact, in the right-handed batter's box. Count now full on the Otters' leadoff batter. The 3-2 fastball misses outside, so Gordon shucks his bat off toward the dugout behind third and tosses off one of those ankle braces and trots down to first. He's aboard with a leadoff walk. And you wonder how much longer manager Jamie Bennett will be tolerating this out of Boomers starter Arjona, as that is the 5th walk he has allowed through just an inning plus innings of work. First pitch now to Andy DeJesus, who scored the first run for the Otters on Riley Crane base hit. It's a fastball that misses outside. Gordon off of first, nobody out. Gordon goes, but on the pitch, DeJesus is swinging, and he fouls this straight back. Gordon will retreat to first. DeJesus walked his last time up. scored the first of 3 runs. The 1-1, runner not going this time. Pitch misses low. Mention how DeJesus last played for the Gary Railcats in 2019. The 2-1 bounces in the dirt, blocked by Otto. With them, he slashed .234, .273, and .299 through 304 at-bats in 85 games. 2019 being his 4th season with Gary. The 3-1, Gordon goes. Ground ball to the right side, and because Gordon was going, the Boomers will not have a chance to turn 2, so Gums, the second baseman, wisely elects to throw on to Ames at first. 1 out, so putting the runner in motion, 3-1, pays dividends. That ball hit on the screws, an easy one-hop shot to the second baseman, Gums. You'd imagine would easily be turned for a double play. Well, now the Otters have a runner at second with 1 out, and here a ball gets past the catcher, Otto, and bounces against the backstop. A fastball that time, so I don't know if it was a cross-up, but very likely to be ruled a pass ball on that one. As Gordon advances to third. And had even rounded the third base bag, thinking of home. He's got that great speed. The infield comes in. They're all playing on the edge of the infield grass. The Otters lead 3-0 in the top of the second. Denton batting. 1-0 pitch is fouled straight back. Nice catch by one of the fans here at Wintrust Field. Sure, plenty of Boomers fans didn't even think twice about braving the 50-degree weather tonight, as the 1-1 is blocked in the dirt, thrown into the left-handed batter's box. Just so happy to have Frontier League baseball back for this 2021 season. The 2-1 line drive back up the middle. It's an RBI base hit for Bryce Denton as it gets into center field. The infield was drawn in. And what do they say? Infield in tight, hitter's delight. Well, to Denton's delight, he drives home the Otters' 4th run of the evening. They lead 4-0 here in the top of the second, as Gordon scores from third. And it will bring up Riley Crane, who, like Denton just did, he drove home a run with an RBI single right back up the middle in the first. So right now, the Otters bookends for their scoring tonight. Their 1st and 4th runs coming somewhat back-to-back as Denton's at first and Crane is at the plate. A 1-0 pitch is pulled foul of first. Crane, the left-handed hitter. He also came around to score back in that first inning on a wild pitch. As Kyle Orjona has just not had the good control so far tonight. The 1-1. Breaking pitch. Backdoors it into the strike zone. 1-2 on Crane. Time called at the plate. Riley Crane, a Washburn University product. Washburn University out in Topeka, Kansas. Played his senior season back in 2017. 1-2 misses in. I think Arjona went back to that breaking ball. Couldn't get Crane to swing through a pitch that ended up right around his back foot. Denton off of first, one out, Crane batting. Fly ball out to left. A few steps back is the left fielder, Craig. He makes the catch for the second out. Nice to see from Crane, still a pretty good two-strike approach from left-handed hitter. Willing to wait back on a pitch and try to drive it out to the opposite way. The approach doesn't pay off for him this time, but I'm sure overall will come back to benefit him. As Elijah McNamee watches a curveball miss way outside for ball one. Elijah McNamee, Big Hit Mac, they called him down in Starkville when he played for the Bulldogs of Mississippi State. Fastball misses outside. McNamee ahead 2-0. McNamee singled back in the first. Hit a fly ball deep to left center. A little defensive miscue by the outfielder Craig allowed McNamee, who gets stood up by a fastball, misses inside 3-0. Well, it allowed McNamee to reach base at first on a single and loaded the bases. As the 3-0 fastball catches the outside corner. And two of those runs would come in to score in that bases loaded scenario on wild pitches. Otters still benefit from that. Up 4-0. A pickoff throw over to first is in time to get Bryce Denton off of first, says the first base umpire. So Denton, caught leaning, will end the top of the second. But the Otters pick up another run thanks to the RBI single from Bryce Denton, who, though picked off to end the top of the second, still delivers the fourth run of the evening for the Otters earlier in this frame. We head to the bottom half of the second. Otters lead at 4-0. You are listening to the Evansville Otters Digital Network. And it's a fun matchup to begin the bottom of the second. It's the Otters' ace at this very early part in the season, Dalton Stambaugh, who got the opening night nod from manager Andy McCauley, facing former big leaguer Willie Garcia, who played in 44 games for the Chicago White Sox back in 2017. The first pitch to Garcia, two-seamer, comes back in and gets a piece of the inside part of the zone. Willie Garcia, right-handed hitter, playing right field today. And the next pitch misses in and gets past the catcher, Phillips. So A ball boy will have to retrieve it. Dalton Stambaugh, told you about those great numbers while he was pitching with the Rookie League, Florida Gulf Coast League affiliate of the Baltimore Orioles. But now he faces a pretty big test in Willie Garcia, the 1-1. Another two-seamer. Again thrown inside, but comes back with some nasty bite to catch the inside corner, 1-2. Garcia played 9 seasons in affiliated ball. As the 1-2, he reaches for a fastball and fouls it back. And a la Yasiel Puig, kisses the bat. I know Puig used to lick the bat, and I'm pretty sure that's what Garcia just did, but without a camera, I can't confirm and wouldn't want to talk out of turn. The 1-2 coming home. Slider bounced in the dirt. Garcia lays off. Garcia, the native of Santo Domingo in the Dominican, was released by the Pirates organization in the winter of 2016 and about a week later picked up by the White Sox as the 2-2 is fouled straight back. Garcia then proceeded to make the big league club as early as April 14th of that same season and played in 44 games, earning a batting average of .238. The 2-2 off-speed pitch is swung on and missed, and Dalton Stambaugh retires former big leaguer Willie Garcia to start the bottom of the second inning. Otters leading at 4-0. Man, that's got to feel good. An impressive at-bat from an impressive young pitcher in Stambaugh. Stambaugh, 24 years old, native of Fredericksburg, Ohio. Now facing the right-handed hitting Quincy Niporte. Swing and a miss for strike one. Niporte, the designated hitter for the Boomers in this one. The 0-1 slider in the dirt. Stambaugh, like so many of his Otters teammates, just happy to be back in 2021. This being opening night. A couple of days ago on Media Day, talking with reporters, Stambaugh reflected on the opportunity to play another season. The 1-1 coming. Misses outside the fastball. And not just any other season, but a particularly special one. All things considered, with what was missed in 2020. Stambaugh says it's easy to take the game for granted, and I learned that. 2-1 is fouled straight back by Niporte. So, the year off I really missed, said Stambaugh. I'm not going to take it for granted anymore. I'm just learning to motivate myself a little bit every day. Again, talking about that new perspective I'm sure that so many of his teammates share with him. The 2-2. Off-speed pitch is fouled off at the plate. Big looping swing from Niporte to stay alive. He was well ahead of that one. Stambaugh was released by the Orioles organization in mid-March of this year. Frontier League knows pretty well the effects of the minor league contraction that has taken place over the last year or so. As the 2-2 misses outside, the count moves full. Stambaugh, one of the names that I think you could float around as quite possible to spark a lot of interest. The 3-2, taken for a ride out to left center field. Gordon going back. It bounces against the track and against the wall for a one-out double for Niporte. Line shot off the bat on the 3-2 pitch. Was hit on a line and just soared quickly over the head of Gordon. Bouncing on the track, bouncing against the wall. Gordon, very fast out there in center, had a very fine jump, but the ball didn't even need that much height to it. Niporte put such a charge into it. It lasered out to left center. Now it's Nick Ames, the first baseman. Batting with one out and a runner at second. The Boomers down 4 to the Otters. As the first pitch curveball bounces in the dirt, but blocked by catcher Phillips. That's Dakota Phillips behind the plate. Back for his second season with the Otters. Catching the Moorhead State University product, Dalton Stambaugh. Stambaugh comes set at the belt, checks the runner, and deals. Off-speed pitch in there for a strike, 1-1. Facing the left-handed hitting Ames. 6'2", 240 pounds. Last played for the Lakeland Flying Tigers back in 2019. In Detroit's farm system. The 1-1. Another bouncer. Another block. Stambaugh was drafted by the Orioles in the 30th round of the June Amateur Draft back in 2019. The 2-1 home. Foul ball in and out of the glove of the catcher Phillips. Otters sporting those new jersey tops. The slick new look Otters here in 2021. As the 2-2 is fouled at the plate. It followed this new look uni approach, the unveiling of a new logo back in March. Fans will be seeing a home white set over Memorial Day weekend as the Otters play Équipe Québec in their home opener on Saturday at 6:35. As this pitch is flied out toward very shallow right field. In fact, it's the second baseman Davis who, on the edge, or maybe 5 feet off the edge of the outfield grass, 5 feet beyond it, makes the catch for the second out. As right fielder McNamee seemed only casually interested in that high pop, and for good reason. So now there are 2 outs, runner at second base. Otters lead 4-0 here in the bottom of the second inning. Luke Becker batting for the Boomers. First pitch fastball misses high. Well, anyway, talking about these new unis, what we see here are the blue tops, which can be worn as alternates both at home and on the road. As the 1-0 fastball misses outside, Phillips throws behind the runner all the way down to second, but Niporte is back safely. The alternates that we see tonight have a cream white colored Otters script across the front. The new script, which I don't know much about, in fact, by much I mean nothing about different scripts that you might find in a Google Doc or on a typewriter as a 2-0 Mrs. Lowe. But I think the best way I could describe that look or that script is watery. Strange, isn't it? But appropriate for Otters. You'll have to come out to the ballpark and just see what I mean. 3-0 pitch coming to Becker. Fastball in there for a strike. With these blue jersey tops, they've got blue caps with light, I don't know if you'd say baby blue or aqua blue bills, which is all part of this fresh look. 3-1. High pop-up, shallow right field. Coming in is McNamee. He makes the catch. Coming in, ranging toward the line for the final out of the second. Dalton Stambaugh works around a one-out double to Quincy Nieporte, but still keeps the Boomers scoreless as the Otters lead 4-0. We head to the top of the third on the Otters Digital Network. You're listening to Evansville Otters Baseball on the Evansville Otters YouTube page. Top of the third inning on opening night. Otters lead at 4-0 over the Schaumburg Boomers. Elijah McNamee, Dakota Phillips, and J.R. Davis, 5, 6, and 7 in the top of the third. As the Otters return to regular season action in the Frontier League for the first time since 2019. A very successful 2019 as the first pitch to McNamee is rolled foul of third. That 2019 season, the Otters finished 57 and 39, which was good for a first-place finish in the league and in their division. As the 0-1 fastball runs in on McNamee, he gets out of the way, 1-1 the count. And that first division title was their first since 1999. As the 1-1 fastball again runs in. It was the Otters' 7th consecutive winning season. And they were later named the Frontier League's Organization of the Year. It also marked their 4th consecutive postseason appearance. As the 2-1 misses outside to McNamee. So you can imagine how disappointed these Otters were. Andy McCauley, their manager, when they could not try to build on that success immediately after 2019. As the 3-1 misses outside for a walk, McNamee aboard for the second time today. After singling back in the first, now it's Dakota Phillips who walked in the first. So an interesting dynamic. Now with the restructuring of divisions and leagues in the Frontier League, I guess now called conferences, not necessarily leagues, following the inclusion of the Can-Am teams after the merger that was announced before the canceled 2020 season, as Phillips takes a pitch outside for ball one. You could think of the Otters as still the big dogs to beat. They weren't able to take home a championship back in 2019, as they were bounced in the first round by the River City Rascals, no longer in the Frontier League, as the 1-0 fastball misses away. But taking a division championship, that regular season division championship, is no small feat. As the 2-0 is fouled back, and bounding now, and Dakota Phillips is one of those Otters that helped bring home that division crown for the first time since 1999 back in 2019. But that's a long road ahead. 96 games, I believe, 95, 96. Another throw over, McNamee back safely, and I say another because it was on a pickoff throw that Kyle Arjona was able to end the top of the second. He's got a good move over there. The 2-1 to Phillips. That misses. Back in 19, Phillips had the chance to play for these Otters through 250 at-bats, slash 233, 302, 397. As a 3-1 misses inside for ball four, it's another walk for Phillips, his second time on base safely today. And now the seventh walk for Kyle Arjona. So Phillips trots down to first. Getting on base here. Putting runners at first and second. With nobody out, in the top of the third inning, Otters lead 4-0. J.R. Davis now batting. He struck out his last time. First pitch to him misses. Davis spent 4 years in affiliated ball, as the 1-0 is a called strike. He spent 4 years in affiliated ball after the St. Louis Cardinals drafted him out of Oklahoma State University in the 15th round of the 2016 first-year player draft. Runners at first and second. 1-1 pitch. Runs in, but does not get a piece of Davis. Then Davis was shuttled over to the Seattle Mariners organization and had an opportunity to play a game at the AAA level. As a 2-1 is a called strike with the Tacoma Rainiers, and there he collected a base hit. So I'm sure sitting at home on a shelf somewhere, on a trophy shelf for J.R. Davis, is his AAA knock. Proud memento. The 2-2 to Davis, a flare over the head of the second baseman and into right field for a base hit that will load the bases with nobody out here in the top of the third. Base hit for Davis. McNamee now over at third and Phillips at second. Otters in a position to do even more damage. And granted, 2 of the 4 runs that they've scored early in this game, again, we're only in the top of the third inning, have come into score on wild pitches. However, the Otters have gotten a lot of guys on base by being patient, and they've driven in a couple of runs with good hitting as well, as John Schultz bats with the bases loaded and nobody out, which is something so good to see following a spring training when the bats didn't look all that menacing up there. As the first pitch to Schultz is fouled back, maybe got a piece of him along the ankle there. Fouled off at home, so he took a little tour of the dirt circle. He's back in the left-handed batter's box. The 0-1, cut on and missed for strike 2. Schultz walked his last time up. Schultz was drafted in the 34th round by the Florida Marlins back in 2011. Has had a long pro career. The 0-2, ground ball to second. Up with it is Gums. He throws onto the shortstop, McGarry. Then over to first for the 4-6-3 double play. A run does come in to score. That's Elijah McNamee, as the Otters lead it 5-0 following the double play. First and second outs of the inning. As Davis is wiped off the base paths, a ground ball back up the middle, diving try by the shortstop McGarry. It bounces off his glove, and some first pitch swinging. Christopher Pujols singles in, a runner from third with 2 out, as the Otters lead it 6-0 in the top of the third. And with that, every Otter has now reached base safely in this one, and we're just in the top of the third. As the lineup turns over, Miles Gordon takes a ball on a fastball inside. Pujols on first base after driving in Dakota Phillips. The 1-0 cut on and missed with 2 out. 3 RBI singles for the Otters in this one. They lead 6-0 in the top of the third. All on base hits back up the middle, so the fundamentals seem to be in good working order early here. Time called at the plate just as Arjano was starting his motion. Gordon reached on a walk his last time. Came around to score on a Bryce Denton RBI single. 1-1. Fastball misses in. Two one fastball count for Gordon. Batting with a runner at first and 2 out. I think he got his fastball, but it missed outside. Gordon ahead 3-1. Three-one on its way. Pulled foul of first. I suppose Arjano elected to go with the changeup there. Down in the count 3-1. So now the count moves full. The runner Pujols will be off on the pitch from first. The 3-2 is fouled at the plate. So they'll do it again. Long at bat from Gordon here. Another 3-2. This roped foul. Pulled again. Out of play. Off the first base side. Gordon played 5 seasons in that Reds organization. Splitting time between the Arizona League Reds, the Pioneer League Billings Mustangs, the Florida State League Daytona Tortugas at the AA level, and the Dayton Dragons. Another 3-2 pitch is fouled back against the netting. Little battle brewing here between Gordon and the beleaguered pitcher Arjona. Another 3-2 fly ball out to center field. Milazzo over to his left, and he drops the ball in center field. He was camped under it. He was coming in. He was looking to make the catch off to his glove side. And the ball falls for an error on the center fielder, Milazzo. Runners now at first and third. And it looks like that might now be the end of Kyle Arjona. We shall see. As indeed he does. He hands the ball off to his manager, Jamie Bennett. And Kyle Arjona's evening is done. We're still in the top of the third inning. Runners at the corners, 2 out. The Otters lead 6-0. We will step aside for the pitching change, but don't go too far. You're listening to the Evansville Otters on the Otters Digital Network. Top of the third inning. Andy DeJesus batting. With runners at first and third. He takes a ball. 2 out here in the top of the third. Otters lead 6-0. 1-0 fastball misses in. As DeJesus faces the right-handed reliever Stephen Chambly. 6 foot, 195 pounds. 25-year-old from Tampa, Florida, in his rookie 1 season here in the Frontier League. 2-0 misses away. DeJesus He was on base in the first, following a walk, and grounded out to second his last time. It's Pujols off of third, Gordon off of first. 3-0 fastball in there for a strike. Gordon off of first following the error by the center fielder Milazzo, which spelled the end of Kyle Arjona's evening. Here from Schaumburg, opening night. The 3-1 is lined out toward right. It's a fair ball as it's down the line and right. This will be extra bases for DeJesus, and one run will come in to score as DeJesus extends the Otters' lead 7-0 here in the top of the third inning. Who on earth was worried about this Otters offense in spring? We're just through 3 innings, and they've already scored a touchdown and an extra point. As DeJesus doubles home Pujols. Gordon heads to third. A great job by the big league veteran Garcia to get that one and keep Gordon just at third. So Bryce Denton bats now. He singled home a run his last time. He takes a strike. Batting with runners at second and third and 2 out. Curveball cut on and missed. Chambly working the good bender. Bryce Denton batting for the Otters in the top of the third. Another curveball. This ripped foul. It bounces against the dugout gate, the third base side, where all of the Otters are gathered. A bunch of happy Otters, I'd say. 7-0 lead up on the Schaumburg Boomers. As this is hit well out toward left field. Going back, the left fielder to the track and gone! A 3-run blast for Bryce Denton. Except for the fact that we're going to have a meeting of the umpiring crew, perhaps to see if a fan reached over. It would be hard to believe that they're arguing that. There we go. It is a home run. An interesting signal from the third base umpire as Denton comes around third and gives his manager, Andy McCauley, a big high five. So it is a 3-run blast for Bryce Denton, as the Otters now lead it 10-0. Sorry about the confusion there, but as soon as Denton had rounded second, which you can tell is pretty early in the home run trot, the umpires convened right around home and had to debate something. I'm not sure exactly what it could have been, as Riley Crane swings through a pitch 0-1. But they met for a brief moment, maybe to see again if a fan leaned over. There are 3 or so out there and left, where Denton crushed it. But the third base umpire raised a pointed finger to the sky, which, again, as you know, is not quite the home run motion, but apparently it was good enough for Denton to realize that he could trot all the way around to home to score. So the 3-run homer hit by Bryce Denton gives the Otters a 10-0 lead in the top of the third. My goodness! 2-1 cut on and missed. Scoring on the home run by Denton, Miles Gordon and Andy DeJesus. 2-2 pitch is fouled away. Another 2-2 foul for Denton. That's his second home run in a week. Really? He homered back on Sunday. Also to left field, but my goodness, he just crushed this one. Again, down that left field line, 353 feet as the 2-2 bounces in the dirt. So you have to, in your mind, imagine Wrigley Field. You know that nook out in left field and right where you've seen the ivy crawling in that basket overhang as the 3-2 misses in? Riley Crane will walk. As the Otters have now batted around, having scored 6 in this inning already. Well, anyway, that Denton home run hit well beyond that Wrigley basket and left. Just absolutely mashed. McNamee walked his last time up in this very same inning. The first pitch fastball to him is in there for a strike. Of course, when he last stepped to the plate, he was facing Kyle Arjona. And he takes this ball out to left field. Hit well, but not much trouble for Craig in left. He doesn't have to move a whole lot, but kind of makes a leaning catch, almost falling order. But the big news here in the top of the third as 6 runs come in to score. 3 on a Bryce Denton 2-out, 3-run homer to left. The Otters now lead the Boomers 10-0 on opening night. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network. Bottom of the third inning. Well, you comfy, Dalton. You've got a 10-run lead to work with following a 6-run top of the third, which included a 3-run homer by Bryce Denton. As Stambaugh finally gets back to work, he faces Nick Otto, Matt McGarry, and Brett Milazzo. After allowing just 1 hit to the first 7 men he's faced. First pitch to Otto. Misses high. A stellar offensive performance for the Otters. Stambaugh trying to match his teammates with a strong pitching performance. 1-0 fastball, fouled back over the netting. So some fans will get a souvenir. Otters playing in this opening night contest against the Schaumburg Boomers. The 1-1 fastball, swing and a miss. Looks like he reared back and let that one fly. Otters lead at 10-0 here in the bottom of the third. The first of a 2-game series from Schaumburg. Then they return home Saturday for their home opener at 6:35. The 1-2. Runs in and gets the batter Otto right on the hand. So he will trot down to first. A hit batsman starts the Boomers' half of the third. Brings up Matt McGarry. So these Otters return home on Saturday, 6:35 start, facing Keep Quebec. .35 Saturday, May 29th, home opener from Bossy Field. First pitch to McGarry is a fastball. Misses just outside. For tickets for that home opener, if you haven't gotten them yet, make sure that you do. You can call 812-435-8686. That's 812-435-8686. Or order online, as the 1-0 is fouled out of play behind the Boomers dugout. And order online at EvansvilleOtters.com, or just stop by the Bossy Field box office. And if you have a group of friends or coworkers who are looking out to get out to the ballpark and get back to the ballpark to kick off 2021, make sure to consider contacting the Otters front office to reserve a party deck on the Corona Extra patio deck. The Corona Extra patio deck is one of the best places to watch the game, with an all-you-can-eat menu and unlimited bottled water and soft drinks. Call 812-435-8686 for more information on how you can book your next celebration. That's 812-435-8686. Following a foul ball, Stambaugh on the mound, runner at first, nobody out. Head of the batter, 1-2. He's set at the belt. Pitch home. Fastball, misses away. You kind of wonder if Stambaugh has to shake off a little bit of dust. Got a 6-run inning for the Otters in the top half of the third. Had Stambaugh in that dugout for quite some time. He hit Nick Otto to start this inning. Counts even 2-2. The 2-2 is fouled back. Mention how Stambaugh is a product of Morehead State University. Out in Morehead, Kentucky. That's eastern Kentucky. The 2-2 coming. Can't get him to bite on the off-speed pitch. Well, Morehead State University is home to a handful of former Major League alumni, perhaps the most accomplished of which is one Steve Hamilton, as the 3-2 is fouled out of play to the right. Hamilton went to Morehead State University from 1954 to 1958, played 12 seasons in the Bigs as mostly a relief pitcher. Pitched for a number of years for the New York Yankees. But Steve Hamilton is the answer, or is one of the answers, to a phenomenal trivia question. Payoff pitch coming home, the 3-2, base hit into left, through the left side of the infield. It splits the shortstop and third baseman perfectly. Runners at first and second with nobody out. Well, anyway, on to this great trivia question, which Steve Hamilton is an answer to. And again, Steve Hamilton sharing an alma mater with Dalton Stambaugh, the man on the mound for the Otters right now. Hamilton is one of only 2 people to have played in both a World Series game and an NBA Finals game. How about that? So, he was able to appear in a World Series game with the New York Yankees, as the first pitch to Brett Milazzo is in there for a strike. But also in the NBA, he appeared for the Minneapolis Lakers. In the 1958-1959 NBA Final. The 0-1 was a called strike. Standby ahead, 0-2. Runners at first and second. Curveball misses just outside. Phillips held it there. He wanted the call. So did his pitcher. He doesn't get it. So Hamilton appeared in a World Series game in 1963 for the Yankees, an NBA's final game for the Minneapolis Lakers. For the Minneapolis Lakers. The 1-2 misses in the dirt back in 1959, and he is one of only two people to have ever played in both a World Series and NBA Finals game. And the great trivia question is, do you know who the other would be? Now, the distinction is that Hamilton and his teams lost both the World Series and NBA Finals. The Minneapolis Lakers lost the NBA Final to the Boston Celtics in 1959. And the New York Yankees lost the World Series in 1963 to the Los Angeles Dodgers. As the 2-2 flied out to center. Gordon has it over to his right, makes the catch for the first out. The other would be, if you're ready, if you're not ready, if you really want to try to guess it, just hold on. Or turn down the volume briefly, but we're going to reveal it. It's Gene Conley. Yeah, it's Gene Conley, the only man to appear in both a World Series and NBA Finals and have his team win both. Conley won a World Series in 1957 with the Milwaukee Braves and an NBA Finals game with the Boston Celtics. So Conley, the only man to have won both a World Series and an NBA Finals, as Willie Garcia. Sorry, I believe that's Angelo Gums. Yes, that's Angelo Gums. He also is a big man with a presence that might make you think he's a major leaguer. He swings to the first pitch he sees, 0-1. The next, he lines out to left, and Bryce Denton misjudges it. He comes in a couple of steps, but the ball sails over his head. 1 run in to score. Another around third. He is out at the plate on a strong relay by the shortstop DeJesus from Denton. And the Boomers fans are furious as Matt McGarry is thrown out trying to score from first on the RBI double from Angelo Gums. It's now 10-1, advantage still with Evansville. So credit Gums with an RBI double as Nick Otto scores, but Matt McGarry is cut down trying to score from first. And we're going to have a brief timeout here as Otters trainer Sarah Zirk is out to have a look on somebody. She's just kind of walking around the mound now. It looks like her attention is turned to Dakota Phillips. Andy McCauley, skipper for the Otters, is out there along with the entire infield. And now the home plate umpire, Joe Harris, comes out to figure out what's going on. But trainer Sarah Zirk and manager Andy McCauley will return to the Otters dugout, satisfied that all Otters are healthy, and that is good news. Now everyone's getting back in position. Alec Craig will bat with a runner at second and 2 out. 10-1 the score. Otters leading the Boomers. But there's your trivia question for the day. You want to impress someone? You now know the two men, the only two men, is the first pitch. I believe it's a slider in there for a strike. The only two men to appear in both a World Series game and NBA Finals being Gene Conley and Steve Hamilton, the Morehead State University product, the same as Dalton Stambaugh on the mound for the Otters now. A one pitch to Craig, bounces in the dirt, gets past the catcher Phillips. And Angelo Gums will advance to third on a wild pitch. Stambaugh facing Alec Craig. Runner at third base, 2 out. 9-run lead for the Otters here in the bottom of the third. 1-1. Slider misses outside. Stambaugh hoping to finish his third inning of work. The 2-1. Popped up, back, and out of play. Looks like it's actually going to get, well, almost over. It lands on top of the ballpark roof here. Two-tiered stadium. An upper level suite and club level with some seats that are underneath an overhang, and then a center club area with high windows and nice place for fans to gather and enjoy the sights and sounds of the ballpark. Here at Wintrust Field in Schaumburg, Illinois, northwest suburbs of Chicago. Runner at third, 2 out, 2-2 count. Fouled off at the plate. Otters playing the Boomers. It's opening night game. A lot of action around the league. In fact, all 14 teams are playing. The 2-2. That's in there. A called third strike to end the bottom of the third. The Boomers score one on a one-run double by Angelo Gums. But the Otters still lead 10-1 as we head to the top of the fourth inning. You're listening to the Evansville Otters on the Otters Digital Network. Top of the fourth, 10 lead for the Otters. From Schaumburg, Illinois, Ryan Brown, so please you could join me in the booth. First pitch to Dakota Phillips, grounded foul of first. Phillips, one of the rare Otters who had an opportunity to play ball in 2020. The Nacogdoches, Texas native went out to Sugar Land, Texas, where at the home of the Sugar Land Skeeters, as the 0-1 is swung on and missed, at Constellation Energy Field, a four-team, what would you call it, a makeshift league perhaps, was formed to play a roughly 30-game season. In July and August, as the 0-2 pitch is a called third strike, Phillips set down on strikes. It's the first punch-out now for Stephen Chambly in relief of Kyle Arjona. This being Chambly's first full inning of work, he hopes. J.R. Davis batting now. Well, anyway, to finish that story on Phillips, he was able to head out to Sugar Land, Texas, a fascinating thing they did at the home of the Skeeters. As the first pitch to Davis is a curveball in there for a strike. They fielded these four teams, including the Skeeters, of a lot of minor league and even former major league talent. Curveball runs in, almost gets a piece of Davis. He's able to bend out of the way of the bender. So Phillips got to play with a lot of ball players who had great experience. He played for a team called the Sugar Land Lightning Sloths, which what a lightning sloth is, I'll let you figure out. But the person managing that team, well, none other than 17-year MLB veteran, as this is a ground ball that almost handcuffs the second baseman Gums. He throws on to first for the second out. That team that Dakota Phillips played for, managed by 17-year MLB veteran and former All-Star Greg Swindell of the Texas Rangers. So Phillips said of him, he learned valuable experience, but he also got to play alongside Major League talents like David Huff, who was on the Lightning Sloths. He was a 7-year veteran, former left-handed pitcher for a handful of teams. Robbie Ross, who played in the big leagues for parts of 5 seasons, as John Schultz bats. First pitch to him misses outside. And played against a high level of competition. Phillips had at-bats against former big leaguers like Scott Kazmir, Bud Norris, and even Fernando Rodney. All down in the Sugar Land League, which Phillips credits with drastically improving his game. As a 2-0 is in there for a strike. Not that there was too much to improve in the first place, but everyone's looking to get better at any level. And he said he was able to pick up invaluable insights on both sides of the ball. Learning how to call pitches with a major league mindset and face pitchers at a higher, perhaps more major league level. The idea being, how would a major leaguer pitch me? He learned that. 3-2, pitch to John Schultz. Ground ball, comebacker. Off the mound. Pitcher not able to field it cleanly, but luckily he doesn't deflect it enough such that the shortstop McGarry can't make a play. He gathers it around the bag and throws on to first for the final out of the Otters half of the top of the fourth. 1-2-3 go the Otters. You're listening to the Evansville Otters on the Otters Digital Network as we head to the bottom of the fourth, 10-1 lead in favor of Evansville. A 10-1 lead for the Otters on opening night. Playing against the Boomers here in Schaumburg. We head to the bottom of the fourth. Dalton Stambaugh still on the mound. He's given up just one run through his first three on a total of 3 hits. And he faces Willie Garcia for a second time. Willie Garcia of a Boomers club that features 10 players who were part of the 2019 team. The 2019 team finished 47-49. And 11 players total, so add one, who have previously played for the Boomers in years past. First pitch to Garcia misses for ball 1. The 1-0 coming. Slider pulled foul of third. Facing Willie Garcia, who is the first Schaumburg Boomer to have ever appeared in the big leagues. Well, Stambaugh got the best of this former big leaguer back in the bottom of the second with a strikeout to kick off that frame. He takes this fastball in the outside corner out to right field, but it's no problem for McNamee as Garcia is retired on a fly ball out to start the bottom of the fourth. And that brings up Quincy Nieporte, who doubled back in the bottom half of the second. Playing here at Wintrust Field. As the first pitch fastball catches most of the plate. Nieporte takes a strike. The 0-1 on its way. That's in the dirt. Wintrust Field, formerly known as Boomer Park. Until in October of 2020, the Boomers came to an agreement with Wintrust Financial Corporation to announce a new naming rights partnership. With some of those funds they got from that partnership, they were able to help make some renovations as this ball is lined into left field for a base hit. Nice job by the left fielder Denton to go over to his right and cut that ball off for just a single, as Quincy Nieporte is aboard. So you'll be seeing some changes from this partnership deal to the left field video board, the press box, and some of the seating sections here at Wintrust Field. As the left-handed hitting Nick Ames stands in. The runner at first, 1 out. Fastball misses in. Nick Ames popped out to shallow right field as last time. It was the second baseman Davis who went out to field it. The 1-0 coming. Fastball misses in again, 2-0. Two-0 fastball. In for a strike, 2-1. Otters playing the Schaumburg Boomers opening night. First of a 2-game road series. They'll be back home Saturday night at 6:35 to play Équipe Québec for their home opener. 2-1 fouled back and out of play. That Équipe Québec was created due to the uncertainty regarding the reopening of the U.S.-Canadian border, which forced the Frontier League to essentially close down the seasons of the Ottawa Titans and Trois-Rivières Aigles and say that they would not be fielding teams for the 2021 season. So instead, they took essentially all of those players of the 3 Canadian teams, and instead of having the Ottawa Titans, Trois-Rivières Aigles, and Quebec Capitals, they formed one super team, but only with 24 roster spots. So the additional players were offered up in a dispersal draft to be held on to by clubs for just a season, then revert back to their former Canadian clubs as a 3-2 pitch is fouled back and out of play. So, interestingly enough, for this traveling Quebec team that the Otters will see Saturday night in their home opener, you might be thinking of it as the best of those 3 Canadian teams. And they'll be traveling all across the country, all across the Frontier League this year. 3-2, ground ball to second, scoops it over to second, over the shortstop covering, and throws on to Riley Crane for a 4-6-3 double play to end the 4th. Otters lead 10-1 as we head to the 5th on the Otters Digital Network. Top 5, 10-1 Otters, Christopher Pujols, Miles Gordon, Andy DeJesus, 9-1-2. Going up against Steven Chambler. First pitch fastball in there for a strike. Pujols is 1 for 2. He singled home Dakota Phillips with 2 out back in the 3rd. And he lines this right to the third baseman, Becker. It was a soft liner, and Becker had time to get back a couple of steps and shade toward the third baseline and raise a glove up and make the catch for the first out of the 5th inning. And that brings up Miles Gordon, signed by the Otters in the 2021 offseason. I guess the offseason before 2021. First pitch, swing and a miss. An Oakville, Ontario native who, when he was signed, said that he was going to be looking forward to competing again with my teammates and winning some ball games. You like that personality? Soft comebacker to the mound, an underhand toss by Chambler onto the first baseman, Ames, 2 down. Taking care of Gordon, who I guess you'd say is living up to the persona busting down the line, still hustling through a soft comebacker like that to say that he's a high-energy guy, always rooting for the guy next to me, and I like to keep it light. That's what Gordon said in a statement when he was signed by the Otters during the offseason. He said he likes to have fun whenever I'm around the park. I play hard every night, and I'm itching to get back into a competitive environment. And here he is, along with all these Otters, in a competitive environment as Andy DeJesus bats with 2 outs. He takes a ball outside for the start of the 2021 Frontier League season. How good does it feel? The 1-0 is in there for a strike. As an old friend of mine used to say, can you spell relief? Now that we are back. And can you spell relief for the Otters as they lead 10-1 in the top of the 5th? The 1-1 off speed pitch misses out. Facing Andy DeJesus, who was traded over from the Gary South Shore Railcats, owned by one Pat Salvi, who, wouldn't you know it, also happens to own the Schaumburg Boomers in the Frontier League. So, Mr. Salvi owning a couple of clubs, one in the American Association, which Andy DeJesus played for before coming to the Frontier League, and now owning the club that Andy DeJesus is playing against right now. 3-1 pitch in there for a strike. DeJesus had taken a few steps back and raised his bat behind his back as if to intimate he was thinking about trotting down to first, but he's called back to the left-handed batter's box. 2 out, 3-2 pitch. Misses outside, and when you know it, he reaches back behind his back with the bat and throws it toward the dugout to trot down to first. Just had to wait an extra pitch there, Andy. But he travels down to first all the same with a 2-out walk. That brings up Bryce Denton, who absolutely crushed a 3-run home run his last time at bat. He is 2 for 2 today. He's driven in 4. He's also scored a couple of runs, having walked back in the first. Bryce Denton showing off tonight what made him such an attractive pick for the Cardinals, who picked him in the 2nd round back in 2015. As an 0-1 misses. Denton entered this season hoping to prove that he could put together a fully healthy campaign. As this ball is grounded to short, charging in is McGarry. Fields it on the run. Throws across his body onto first for the final out. And Bryce Denton is retired for the final out of the top of the 5th inning. Otters turned away without scoring here, but they lead 10-1. We've played half. We head to the bottom half of the 5th. 10-1 our score on the Otters Digital Network. Bottom of the fifth inning, 7-8-9 for the Boomers. Luke Becker, Nick Otto, Matt McGarry facing Dalton Stambaugh into his fifth inning of work. Hoping to get out of this one and officially qualify for the win. And a good win it would be if the Otters can hold on to their 10-1 lead. Here in the bottom of the fifth, first pitch fastball. Strike one called by home plate umpire Joe Harris. On the outside, Black. Luke Becker flied out to right his last time. The 0-1. Outside for a ball. Frontier League Baseball begins again tonight for 2021. This time, the Frontier League gets to boast that it is an official partner league of Major League Baseball. Something they were able to announce this offseason. As home plate umpire Joe Harris says that Luke Becker did indeed offer at the plate. Count is 1-2. That this partnership would allow better crossover between the two leagues. It would allow the Frontier League to tap into some of the resources of Major League Baseball, for the two to share ideas and work closer together. A 1-2 missed. It's a 2-2 count. We welcome the Frontier League as a partner league and look forward to working with them toward our shared goal of expanding the geographic reach of baseball, said Morgan Sword, Executive VP of Baseball Economics and Operations for the MLB. The 2-2 missed away. It's now a full count on Luke Becker. Dalton looks down. He gets his sign. He comes set at the belt. The 3-2 home. Fly ball out toward right. Racing over, diving, unable to make a catch is Elijah McNamee. The ball rolls to the warning track, and heading around second and into third is Luke Becker, the third baseman, with a leadoff triple. Once McNamee laid out for that one, trying to rob what would have been extra bases anyway, you'd imagine. Well, maybe not, I guess, if he got over there, was able to cut the ball off. But he tried to lay out for it, make the catch, gets by him. And with a 9-run lead, that's something you can afford to do. So Luke Becker is into third to lead off the Boomers' half of the fifth. Now facing Nick Otto. Well, talking about how the Frontier League is now an official partner league of Major League Baseball. First pitch fouled at the plate. The Evansville Otters are thrilled to now have a partnership arrangement with Major League Baseball, said Otters president John Stanley, back when the deal was announced over the offseason. The relationship with MLB is a first for the Frontier League and the Otters. Initially, there will be several opportunities to partner on community-related baseball promotions that will benefit the Otters and the community. It is pleasing to know that MLB chose only 3 independent leagues to be in the partnership group. There is excitement surrounding this partnership throughout the baseball world, and we are anxious to get started with MLB. Words of Otters president John Stanley. 1-1 count to left-handed hitting Nick Otto. Cut on and missed. Now 1-2. So, the Frontier League, as a designated MLB partner league, will be able to collaborate with the MLB to jointly discuss marketing and promotional initiatives to grow, expand, and enhance the game of baseball. So, just another indication that 2021 is going to be a big year for the Frontier League and the Evansville Otters. 1-2, swing and a miss. Nick Otto strikes out facing Dalton Stambaugh. 1 down here in the bottom of the fifth. So many changes around baseball with the contraction of the minor league teams a year ago. So many changes around the Frontier League, now absorbing the Can-Am League with it. It's going to be an exciting year as Matt McGarry fouls back the first pitch he sees from Dalton Stambaugh. Another season on the horizon. It's the ups and downs you never can predict, other than knowing that there will be ups and downs. The 0-1 fastball. McGarry can't catch up to it. 0-2. But it's exciting to have the Otters back on the field. It's so great to watch a baseball game with fans in the stands again. The 0-2 misses high and away. It's almost like things are finally getting right in the world. Might have a ways to go till we're at full capacity. The baseball season really feels like it's in full swing as the 1-2 is lined into the left center field gap. That'll get down for a base hit. Runner around first. He heads to second. And the batter, McGarry, is into second base with an RBI one-out double, scoring Becker from third. But it's almost as if no matter what can get thrown at you, as long as this game is here, I don't know. There's something special. There's something magical about it to help make all things right. The rhythm, the pace, the history. It's funny, you go back in time, you try to look for instances where baseball has had to be suspended on multiple levels. We've gone back and considered, of course, MLB strikes in the past. There have been a number of those. It's well remembered back in the World War II era how President Roosevelt delivered his quote-unquote green light letter saying that baseball should go on even in the effort of war. But baseball has faced a number of challenges through the years as the first pitch to Brett Milazzo misses away. And it has, to this point, stood the test of time. And if you go back far enough, you do find some wild historical examples that can remind you of the present day. The 1-0 on its way. That's outside. The fastball from Stambaugh does not get a call from home plate umpire Joe Harris. You have to go back over 100 years now to look at the impact of World War I, also known as the Great War, on Major League Baseball. But it's an interesting story, and I think one worth going back into the history books to take a look at as a 2-0 misses. Because we haven't heard a lot about it, I don't believe, in the past year or so, and you never know what lessons you can glean from the past. Well, anyway, in 1917, the United States entered World War I to battle the Central Powers. And that was before the MLB season got underway, as Stambaugh issues a 4-pitch walk to Milazzo. There will be runners at first and second and one out. And the baseball season in 1917 went on mostly without a hitch. But things would change in 1918 as tempers really started to flare up about the continuation of baseball at a time of war. And the situation became so odd that ahead of some Major League Baseball games, teams would field military drills using bats as prop guns. And we can tell you more about the situation and how the 1918 baseball season was almost canceled, but wasn't, when we return. Max Peterson, the pitching coach for the Evansville Otters, is out of the dugout to pull Dalton Stambaugh out of the game here. We'll have a new reliever on the mound for the Otters when we return, and we will finish up this little history story of what happened in 1918 and how Major League Baseball got to play through the Great War when we return on the Evansville Otters Digital Network. Book not yet closed on Dalton Stambaugh. There are runners at first and second here in the bottom of the fifth. One run has already come across to score. The score stands at 10-2. Otters with the lead over the Boomers. And it's right-hander Tyler Spring out of the bullpen to relieve Dalton Stambaugh, who went forward a third. Tyler Spring stands at a tall 6'6", 210 pounds. He's 24 years old. Right-hander out of Wiggins, Mississippi. First pitch fastball misses. Last played at Southern Mississippi. And he faces Angelo Gums, the number 2 man in the Boomers order. With runners at first and second and one out. Fly ball out to center field. Gordon back, heading toward the track, to the wall, at the edge. Right in front of the wall, I should say. He makes the catch, raises up an elbow to help feel himself out, and right before he touches the wall, he makes the grab for the second out. 2 out in the inning. Well, we were talking a moment ago about how baseball was almost canceled in 1918 because of World War I, but it wasn't. Now, how close did matters come? Well, in July, a number of voices had grown louder and louder, making demands that baseball and other quote-unquote non-essential industries, as the left-handed hitter Alec Craig takes a ball, close down so that the, I suppose, eligible, draft eligible otherwise, young male workers could either be drafted or assist in the labor effort, as the 1-0's in there for strike, 1-1. Essentially doing something that would definitely help the war effort. Well, baseball had survived through 1917, a year of war, but by 1918, those voices grew louder and louder until Secretary of War Newton D. Baker issued a work or fight order. which said that anyone who was in a non-essential vocation had to pick either being eligible for the draft or getting into an essential industry. As a 1-1 fastball runs in and hits Alec Craig right in the numbers. That brings up Willie Garcia, the former big leaguer. Following the hit batsman. Immediately, some appeals were filed. One by a catcher for the Washington Baseball Club, another for a player of a New York baseball club, saying that, look, to us, baseball is essential. It's the best way that we can provide for our families. The case of one New York player was appealed successfully by a New York draft board, as the first pitch to Garcia is in there for a strike. However, the case of one Washington catcher was not. And eventually, Newton came out, again, this Secretary of War, Newton, D. Baker, came out against the idea of labeling baseball an essential service. There were a flurry of letters written to editors and opinion pieces thrown about on both sides of the issue. A big debate erupted. The 0-2 to Garcia. Fastball misses inside. So a lot of debate ensued, people taking both sides. Some wondered, why is baseball getting a bad rap here? Actors are allowed to stay in, movie theaters are open. No one's attacking them. Why baseball? So American League President Ban Johnson, and implicitly the United States government, as the 1-0 is grounded to third, bobbled by the third baseman Pujols, but he recovers to make a tag at the runner busting from second. That was Matt McGarry. He tagged out as he tried to dive toward third, but he cannot evade Pujols' tag. And a nice heads-up play to recover on a bobbled ground ball from Willie Garcia gets the Otters out of the fifth. And only one run in the inning will be charged to Dalton Stambaugh, 2 total. Well, anyway, we'll keep it right here just to conclude this story. So what ended up having to happen was they had to reach a compromise. And instead of canceling the season outright, baseball agreed to essentially forfeit the last month of its season, so long as it could still get in a World Series. They were helped by the fact that a number of newspaper articles came out explaining that the boys, quote-unquote, over there, fighting World War I overseas in Europe, wanted a World Series to continue. So the World Series was played as early as, well, I should say first, that a flurry of doubleheaders in order to close out matters, a ton of doubleheaders were scheduled for September 2nd. The World Series began 3 days later on September 5th, which till this day is the earliest calendar date in the history of the Fall Classic. So thanks to a defense of baseball back in 1918 in the midst of the First World War, both from servicemen abroad and from members of, the numbers of fans, baseball was able to have a World Series in which Babe Ruth would pitch and help lead the Boston Red Sox to its last World Series victory for decades. You know the curse of the great Bambino by now. Well, after Willie Garcia was retired on a fielder's choice to end the bottom of the fifth, we now take up matters in the top of the sixth inning. As Riley Crane bats, Otters have a 10-2 lead. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network. Ryan Brown with you inside the booth from Schaumburg, Illinois. Riley Crane batting for the fourth time today. The 1-1 big swing and a miss from Crane. Crane singled homer run back in the first. That actually ignited this Otters offense. Ground ball to the right side. Backhand try by the first baseman Ames. Sliding on a knee, but it gets through into right field. It's a leadoff single for Riley Crane. His second hit today. And that will bring up Elijah McNamee. McNamee is 1 for 2. He singled back in the first, walked in the third, flew out to left his last time. Otters leading 10-2. First pitch fouled straight back. Oh, and 1 the count on McNamee. Played at Mississippi State University. The 0-1 bender misses in. McNamee had the opportunity to play on a couple of playoff Bulldog teams. As a pitch runs in and gets a piece of McNamee, he'll trot down to first. You may remember a particularly unfortunate game for Mississippi State back in 2019, before McNamee would come to the Otters. Mississippi State was playing in an elimination game against the Louisville Cardinals. It was essentially the Final Four round of the NCAA College World Series tournament. Dakota Phillips batting now. Pitch misses in. And after beating Auburn, Mississippi State lost to Vanderbilt. It was a double elimination series. So the next game they could advance to try to play again, or they would be bounced by Louisville, who had also lost one game. So it's win or go home for both teams. 1-0 pitch in there for a strike on Phillips. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Well, in this game, the Bulldogs took a 4-3 lead into the ninth inning, when a single, then a throwing error by the pitcher in that frame, as the 1-1 is cut on and missed, allowed a leadoff man to get into scoring position. He would be singled home to tie the game, and then on the throw home, the batter would advance to second. So now the tying run was in scoring position in the bottom of the ninth inning for the Louisville Cardinals. Nobody out. The next man would proceed to bat him in and bounce the Bulldogs from the NCAA tourney. The 1-2 misses outside 2-2. That being a great comeback, maybe one of the great comebacks in recent College World Series memory. Ground ball to the right side and through. It's a base hit for Phillips. With an 8-run lead, the Otters will be happy to play station to station with nobody out, as the hit by Phillips will load the bases for J.R. Davis, who singled back in the third. Again, every Otter today in the starting lineup has reached base safely. First pitch fastball up and in on Davis. He will step out of the batter's box, take a breather, taking a look at his bat, raising a hand for time as he gets back in. The waggle, he's ready. The 1-0 is a called strike. Bases full of Otters. Top of the sixth inning. 10-2 their lead. 1-1 in there for a strike, and Davis doesn't like it one bit. Caught the inside part of the zone. Set home plate umpire Joe Harris. The 1-2, high chopper, foul of third. Crane off of third, McNamee off of second, Phillips off of first. A curveball is fouled off and out of play to the right side. Playing against a Boomer squad that went 47-49 back in 2019. The 1-2 coming. Fastball, that's not easy to do after you see the big bender, but Davis able to protect the plate and foul it back. He'll stay alive. He's down on the count 1-2. And another 1-2 pitch is fouled back. Tonight is just the third time in franchise history that the Boomers have gotten to open at home. First time they played a home opener, as this is a ground ball through the left side. That one run is going to score, and a misplay out in left is going to bring home another. So a base hit for J.R. Davis brings home one. And on another, Elijah McNamee will come in to score from second. And now it's a 12-2 lead for the Otters. They have regained their 10-run lead. Well, anyway, just to wrap up that note, the Boomers won their first home opener back in 2013, and their second back in 2017, when they got to open the season also at home, I should say. Fly ball from John Schultz is going to get by the right fielder Garcia into the gap for extra bases. John Schultz is headed around third. He wants three. He's chugging. He's into third with a 2-run triple. John Schultz helps the Otters extend their lead 14-2. Garcia had Schultz shaded in, and he made the former big leaguer pay. Schultz joins into the hit parade with a 2-run triple. Don't anybody start calling the 32-year-old an old man by any stretch, as this is lined into center field off the bat of Christopher Pujols. Schultz will come in to score from third. Now it's 15-2 for the Otters. Well, Christopher Pujols taking advantage of the first pitch he sees from Stephen Chambly. Cutting short the praises for John Schultz and his 2-run triple. So far, 5 home in the inning. Mercy. Miles Gordon at the dish. He's batting with a 1-1 count. Following a ball on the first pitch, and then a ground ball chopper. Foul on the right side. 1-1 off-speed pitch misses low. In this inning, it began with a Riley Crane base hit. Then Elijah McNamee was hit by a pitch. Dakota Phillips singled to right. J.R. Davis singled to left. That brought home 2 runs. One was an RBI. The other, an error on the left fielder. Craig allowed McNamee to score. Then a 2-run triple for John Schultz and an RBI base hit for Christopher Pujols. 2-2, liner foul right side. The hit parade is on. Total of 12 hits for the Otters. They've made good on 15 runs. Another ground ball pulled foul. Scoring began in the first inning. After a couple of walks, Riley Crane singled home a run. Two more would score in that frame on wild pitches. 2-2 to Gordon. In the dirt. And blocked. Then in the second inning, another run would come to score in the form of Miles Gordon, who bats now, after he walked to lead things off, but with one out was singled home by Riley Crane. Ground ball to short. Probably not enough time to get Gordon. There isn't. It was a weak grounder to the shortstop. By the time he was able to glove it in field to the second baseman Gums covering the bag, Gordon was already well on his way to first, so scored a fielder's choice 6-4. Anyway, talking about the scoring recap, the Otters scored their fourth run, an RBI base hit by Bryce Denton in the second, and then really broke through with a 3-run sixth as Andy DeJesus bats. Ground ball to the right side. Handcuffs the first baseman. He steps on the bag for one. Throw to the shortstop. The tag applied. A 1-6 double play to end the top of the sixth inning. But 5 come across to score. 2 on a John Schultz 2-run triple. Again, it's a 15-2 lead for the Otters heading into the bottom of the sixth inning. You're listening to the Evansville Otters on the Otters Digital Network. Bottom of the sixth inning. Tyler Spring on for his first full inning of work. First pitch strike to Quincy Nieporte, who is 2 for 2 with a double and a single his last time. The 0-1 coming. Breaking pitch misses outside. Dalton Stambaugh, who started this one, went 4 1/3. He gave up 2 runs. As the 1-1 is popped up onto the right side. First baseman Crane over to have a look, but it gets out of play. Allowing a total of 6 hits for those 2 runs. As I said once, but through 4 1/3. So not a bad outing for him. Can't imagine he's fully stretched out yet this early in the season. The 1-2 misses. In the dirt. Might have tried to go back to a slider. 4 strikeouts for Dalton Stambaugh in his evening, but the big story, this Otters offense, 15-2 the lead. Ground ball to the left, foul. Nieporte, Ames, Becker, 5, 6, and 7 for the Boomers. Nieporte facing Spring. Fly ball to center. Gordon back. He makes the catch. 1 out. So that'll bring up Nick Ames to face Tyler Spring. First pitch from Spring. Fly ball out to right. McNamee to his right. Ranging into the gap. He makes the catch. 1 pitch. Another out. Two fly balls. 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Tyler Spring keeps things flowing in the bottom of the 6th. Spring at 6'6". First pitch fastball misses up and away. Coming on in relief of Stambaugh with a big lead. And I'm sure this Otters coaching staff, led by manager Andy McCauley, would be happy if Spring could bloom into a reliable middle and maybe eventually even late inning guy. 1-0. Fouled out of play to the left. Talked about at this Wintrust Field how approaching the foul poles and foul territory, there aren't seats. It almost looks like there is a raised part of the ballpark that you could extend the concrete and add seats to, but they're just left as grassy knolls, I guess you'd call them, where fans can sit and chase some foul balls. They're enjoying doing that tonight. The 1-1 fastball misses outside. It's 2-1 on Becker, the third baseman. He tripled his last time. The 2-1 missed outside. Mentioned how Spring last pitched at Southern Mississippi, but before then, Spring pitched at Mississippi State, which made him a teammate of right fielder Elijah McNamee. 3-1 cut out and missed. Spring began his college career at Jones College, where he was named the National Junior College Athletic Association's first-team All-State and National Team member back in 2018. Some impressive honors there. 3-2, 2-out pitch. Fastball misses in, ball 4. Becker heads to first with a 2-out walk. Again, you are listening to the Otters Digital Network on our YouTube live stream. Ryan Brown, so pleased you could join me for opening night in Frontier League Baseball, back for the 2021 season. I want to remind you that you can stay up to date with the latest news and promotions from the Evansville Otters by visiting evansvilleotters.com. Fly ball to deep right. McNamee back to the track. He reaches up with the glove, makes the catch for the final out of the 6th inning. A full scoreless frame for Tyler Spring. He's earned 5 outs. We head to the top of the 7th. The Otters lead 15-2. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network. Top of the 7th inning from Schaumburg. Bryce Denton, Riley Crane, Elijah McNamee, 3, 4, 5. Trying to end, I suppose, or trying not to end, trying to extend, I suppose, this 13-run lead for the Otters. It's all smiles on all throughout their dugout, I'm sure. As Bryce Denton steps to the plate, 2 for 3, 4 runs driven in, 3-run homer back in the 3rd. Batting now in the top of the 7th inning against new pitcher Dallas Bryan, a right-hander. Standing at 6'3", 225 pounds, 23 years old, out of Hillsborough, Tennessee, and Malo State Community College back in 2019. First pitch missed to Bryce Denton, who put a dent into that home run back in the 3rd. The 1-0 slider misses away. Denton mentioned he had spent years 2015 through 2019 in the Cardinals organization. As he hits this one well out toward left center. The center fielder has plenty of time, though, as that ball had plenty of air time. And Milazzo heads over into the gap to make the catch for the first out of the top of the 7th. That brings up Riley Crane. Crane is 2 for 3 today. He scored a couple of runs, and he drove in the Otters first, back in the first. He takes a strike. And he led off the 5-run 6th inning with a base hit. The 0-1 pitch is grounded to first. Up with it is Ames. He takes it to the bag himself. 2 gone. And that'll bring up Elijah McNamee. McNamee mentioned he's a former Mississippi State product a handful of times. First pitch to him is in the dirt. And it's worthwhile bringing up because now in baseball, there are loads of former Bulldogs running around the majors. The 1-0 breaking pitch misses in. Tried to front door it. It's not able to catch the plate. 2-0 coming to McNamee. He hits this one out toward left center field. Milazzo over. He makes the catch. For a 1-2-3 7th. Just the second time that the Otters have been set down 1-2-3 in this one. We head to stretch time, 15-2 in favor of Evansville. As we head to the bottom of the 7th, you're listening to the Evansville Otters on the Otters Digital Network. We're going to bring it back here because here at Wintrust Field, they've actually gone into a fireworks celebration in lieu of a 7th inning, I suppose. So important to try to take a look at those dugouts. There's a pretty good chance that both managers have agreed to call this one. And the Otters have a 15-2 lead going into what would be the bottom of the 7th. And if you're curious about any run rules, well, you wouldn't think that you'd call a baseball game before the home team gets to bat in its final chance. So we shall see if this is just a special kind of 7th inning stretch celebration where the fireworks get to go off. Not seeing any players leave their dugouts so far, but as it stands, we'll go over a scoring recap because it's long enough it could either serve as a postgame or an extended 7th inning stretch. And the Otters scored their first 3 runs in the first inning. 2 of them came in on wild pitches, but the first on a Riley Crane RBI single to center field. That was the first run of the evening for the Otters, the first of many. They scored again in the second inning, an RBI hit by Bryce Denton with 1 away, also to center field. Then they had a 6th-run 3rd inning. RBI hit from Christopher Pujols, an RBI double from Andy DeJesus. A run would come around to score on an error. And a 3-run homer from Bryce Denton. Cemented that 6th-run 3rd, which made it a 10-0 ball game already by the 3rd inning. The Boomers edged across their first run in the bottom of the 3rd. And that was on a double by Angelo Gums. And as another run tried to come around to score, that runner being Matt McGarry, he was thrown out on the attempt to score by a combination of Denton and DeJesus. And so that would cut the third inning short. Officially ended on an Alec Craig strikeout, looking. And then the Otters would not score again until the sixth inning. So they were quiet in innings 4, 5, and 6. Sorry, in innings 4 and 5. But in the sixth inning, they played at 5. 2 on a 2-run triple by John Schultz. Another on an RBI single by Christopher Pujols. 1 coming around to score on an error. And 1 coming in to score on an RBI single by J.R. Davis. And that was the extent of the Otters' 15-run evening. Well, we've allowed enough time to pass now to speculate that this game will continue following the fireworks show because the players have not left for their respective clubhouses. So we're just enjoying a fireworks show in Schaumburg. I will spare you the attempt to describe the fireworks show, from red cherry blossom to white Twizzlers to red and blue burst. So we will go ahead and let this one go to break. When we return, I'm pretty sure we'll have the bottom of the 7th. In the meantime, you're listening to the Evansville Otters Baseball Network through the Evansville Otters Digital Network here in Schaumburg, Illinois. Well, we don't have much information to give you other than eyewitness reports, as it looks like different staff members here at Wintrust Field are relaying information to umpires going back and forth. Not sure how long it would take to warm up these light standards. Don't know how new they are. Those LED lights at Bossy Field that you can check out this weekend, starting Saturday, 6:35 for the home opener against Équipe Quebec. Those things just turn on in a flash, but I don't know if every light standard around the country does that. That might just be special LED lighting to accompany that new LED scoreboard. And all the fun renovations that have been done to Bossy Field, still keeping that historic character. Just renovations done to help make sure the amenities at the ballpark are modernized. There we go. There's the word. So it looks like now Boomers manager, maybe Jamie Bennett or a coach, is out talking with the umpiring crew. And from a gradual brightening here at the ballpark, you kind of wonder if the light standards are turning on. The ones in the outfield aren't doing much of anything. But the ones behind home do seem to be slowly illuminating. Again, both teams are just hanging out by their respective dugouts. You can see them trying to stay somewhat warm. A couple guys maybe taking some dry hacks. But right now, the umpiring crew is huddled behind home plate, and they are waiting to see what So, an announcement was just made at the ballpark confirming our suspicions that we are waiting for the lights to come back on. I suppose they decided that with this game running late, again, we were approaching 9:30, so a little less than 3 hours. They decided they wanted to blast those fireworks off early. They didn't want to have to wait till the end of the game, so they decided to do it in the middle of the seventh inning stretch, in lieu of the seventh inning stretch. So instead of doing a seventh inning stretch, we had fireworks, but thank goodness we carry on the tradition of Sweet Caroline by Neil Diamond. So we are waiting as, there we go, some of the light standards in the outfield. The lights are slowly heating up. We had a fireworks delay on opening night. Game, what would you say? Game pause due to firework display. Game pause due to gunpowder. I don't think they use gunpowder anymore for fireworks, but makes for a good headline nonetheless. Once again, we are headed to the bottom of the seventh, 15-2 our score. Now those lights are getting cooking. And we will soon have baseball under the lights. We'll take a quick break. When we return, the bottom of the seventh, here from Schaumburg, Illinois, following a fireworks delay. Again, it's 15-2 in favor of the Otters. I don't know why I need to have fireworks display. Otters are hitting it well enough. We head to the bottom of the seventh on the Otters Digital Network. Bottom 7 on the way following a fireworks delay. New pitcher to tell you about for the Otters as they lead 15-2 on the Otters Digital Network, where you're listening to us call the game from Schaumburg, Illinois. Had a long fireworks delay. Wanted to get the fireworks show off so the fans could head home happy. Then we needed to wait a moment for the lights to come back on, and now we're back to baseball. Here in the bottom of the 7th. The first pitch to Matt McGarry is in there for a strike. Left-hander on the mound for the Otters. Believe it's Justin Lewis. The 0-1. Big swing and a miss from Matt McGarry. Left-hander for the Otters is indeed Justin Lewis. The Burbank, California native. Last played for the Manitoba North Stars. Got a fun Otters connection as the 0-2 runs inside. Justin Lewis pitching. A hard-throwing left-hander. So when Lewis got to play for those Manitoba North Stars back in 2019, the 1-2, another fastball, again up and in. He was playing under none other than Otters bench coach Boots Day. So a pretty easy to connect the dots on how the Otters got their hands on Lewis after he played in the California Winter League. Lewis was drafted by the Los Angeles Dodgers in the 28th round of the 2017 June draft. And he spent 2 years with the organization. He pitched for the Arizona League Dodgers and the Ogden Raptors of the Pioneer League between 2017 and 2018. A 3-2 is fouled back. His Pioneer League team, the Ogden Raptors, took home a championship in 2017, so he has experience playing for a winning ball club, a championship ball club. Overall, in those early professional stints, as the 3-2 is a called third strike, the fastball catches, I think, an inch of that outside black, and Matt McGarry didn't like it. In fact, it was a delayed call. He had taken a couple of steps toward first. Then home plate umpire Joe Harris rung him up. Well, in his combined time, Lewis went 2-1 with a 6.08 earned run average in 31 appearances, recording 54 strikeouts through 47 in the third innings pitched. First offering to Brett Milazzo was swung on and missed. Lewis peers down, gets his sign, comes set right around his eyes. The 0-1 fastball is fouled off to the left. Lewis got to figure he's quite the smart cookie on the mound. He played for Cornell University at the collegiate level, out in Ithaca, New York. He's well ahead of Brett Milazzo here. And as he was peering down and getting his sign, Milazzo didn't like the timing, didn't like the rhythm, so he called time. Now he's back into the left-handed batter's box. He's got the casting action on that bat. And the 0-2, well, you know what? I think Milazzo thought he was rung up. He started walking around. He had turned around as if to walk back to the first base dugout where his fellow Boomers are, but strike 3 wasn't called. So he returns. The 1-2. Big swing and a miss. Lewis pulling the string on the changeup. The changeup bounced in the dirt, so Phillips, the catcher, would throw onto the first baseman Crane to complete the strikeout. and put out. So now it's Angelo Gums. He's 1 for 3. He doubled home run back in the third. 15-2 to score. In the bottom of the seventh inning, Ryan Brown with you from Schaumburg, Illinois, the first of two to open the 2021 Frontier League season. First pitch. Fastball in there for strike one. Again, want to remind you about our home opener, or the Otters home opener, Saturday, 6:35 against Équipe Quebec from Bossy Field. The 0-1 fouled back. Where you can follow the action by listening to us on the Otters digital network, but even better, you can come grab tickets to that game by calling 812-435-8686 or order online at evansvilleotters.com. Or if you want to come out and see the field to purchase those tickets the old-fashioned way, coming out to the Bossy Field box office. The 0-2 fastball runs just a touch off the inside part of the plate. 1-2. One and two the count with 2 out in the bottom of the seventh. Nobody on. The 1-2 offers at an ugly pitch in the dirt, bouncing in front of the plate. It gets back to the backstop, so it's a strikeout for Lewis, but Gums is able to reach first safely on the drop third strike. So called a strikeout and a wild pitch. That brings up Alec Craig. No, not Alan Craig. Alec Craig. He's 0 for 2, but he reached base safely his last time on a hit by pitch. Now batting, as mentioned, is Alec Craig. He takes a ball outside. Facing Justin Lewis on in relief of Tyler Spring. Who pitched a scoreless inning in 2/3. I'll have to ask after the game, as you wonder, as a 2-0 misses low, if Tyler Spring had any chance of coming out for the 7th inning until that fireworks delay. I don't know. Maybe that was enough for manager Andy McCauley to decide that he didn't want his pitcher going back out there as the 3-0 fastball misses away. There will be runners at first and second with 2 out. Maybe he decided he didn't want him to go out there cold again, so figured he would just bring on Justin Lewis. Now Justin Lewis faces a test and former White Sox Willie Garcia, who steps in, points his bat out towards center field, is ready to face Lewis. First pitch fastball misses off the plate. A 1-0 fastball in there, strike one. Willie Garcia, in his last full season, played for the Winnipeg Goldeyes of the American Association and had success there as the 1-1's fouled off at the plate. He logged 336 at-bats, had a batting average of .310, an on-base percentage of .376, and a slugging clip of .548, making for an OPS, on-base plus slugging, of .924. Hitting 23 doubles and 17 home runs, along with 73 RBIs in 86 games. The 2-2 missed low, so now the count is full on Willie Garcia with runners at first and second. Nice little test here for Justin Lewis. Otters up 15-2 in the bottom of the seventh. Gums off of second, Craig off of first, following the walk. 3-2. Swing and a miss for strike three. The curveball from Lewis retires Garcia to end the seventh. We head to the top of the eighth inning, 15-2 our score. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network. Eighth inning underway, and it's Dakota Phillips, J.R. Davis, and John Schultz. 6, 7, 8 for the Otters, up 13. Now facing Andrew Cartier. Right-handed pitcher for the Slammers. Sorry, who last pitched for the Slammers in 2019. Right-handed pitcher for the Boomers in this one, though they might wish they're the Slammers tonight. First pitch, strike in on Phillips. Phillips, he's 1 for 2. He's also walked a couple of times. Opening night all across the Frontier League. 0-1 coming. That fastball is in there for a strike. And Mr. Cartier is ahead of Mr. Phillips. Total of 14 teams in action. All across the Midwest and East Coast. 0-2. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Phillips set down on strikes for the first out of the 8th inning. I'll bring up J.R. Davis, who singled home a run his last time. Taking a look at that scoreboard across the league. Many finals to report. In Florence, the Alls bested the Wild Things 10-9. As J.R. Davis takes a strike. The Southern Illinois Miners beat the Lake Erie Crushers 8-5. Now in that Can-Am conference, as the 0-1 bounces in front of the plate, the Jackals beat the Boulders 4-3, and the Tri-City Valley Cats beat the Sussex County Miners in a close 2-1 ball game. The only other live action, the Windy City Thunderbolts taking on the Joliet Slammers. They're in the top of the 9th, and the Thunderbolts lead by a touchdown, 7-0. And that is the action all around the Frontier League tonight. On opening night, 2-1, line drive into center. Initially, Milazzo busted in, and busting back, man, that was a tougher play than I thought it was going to be, but he had to retreat back after the bad break and stick his glove up as far as it would go with a little leap. Not a big one, maybe just a couple inches off the ground. But he makes the catch to get J.R. Davis to line out to center. And now it's John Schultz, who tripled home 2 his last time. First pitch fastball to Schultz. In for a strike. Schultz already read off the impressive record hardware that he holds for the Otters. As this is grounded to the right side, trying to make a play as the second baseman Gums on his glove side, ranging toward the hole, but it bounces in and out of his glove and into right field. It's a base hit for Schultz. His second of the evening and his third time on base tonight. As he extends that all-time lead that he has in hits. At-bats, games played for that matter. RBIs, he did that tonight. As well as runs scored. All those records creeping up for Schultz. And walks. He also walked in the first. He's the all-time Otters record holder in base on balls. Bases on balls, I suppose, is pluralized that way. Christopher Pujols batting. Either way, no one won the count on him. He's 2 for 4. Schultz, big lead off of first. Nobody's holding him on. Pitch in the dirt and backhand stop by Otto, the catcher. Kind of just a cruise control block for Otto. Pujols has singled in a couple of runs tonight. One of the Otters' 3 draft picks on the club. Swings through a 1-1 pitch. Was a little disgusted at his own swing. He comes back to the right-handed batter's box, hoping for better. He's hit well tonight, hoping that trend will continue. The 1-2. Fastball. Fouled off to the right side and out of play. Pujols was the last overall pick in that draft, and he made the squad. As the 1-2 is fouled straight back. He impressed manager Andy McCauley, who said in our pregame interview that an interesting effect of the 2020 suspension still lingering on this season is that in spring training they really had to kind of nurse it as guys were getting back into form. So that gave young people, or I guess new faces, young guys, opportunities to play that they otherwise might not have had, as the front door breaking pitch comes back into the strike zone and gets Pujols to strike out looking. So Pujols got a chance on the club along with guys like Trent Nash and Joe Sullivan, who's currently on the injured list. They got opportunities to make the club because this coaching staff didn't want to aggravate any injuries that would have resulted from not playing baseball in over a year. 1-2, almost 3. Go the Otters in the top of the 8th, but a base hit from John Schultz interrupts that. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Otters lead 15-2 on the Otters Digital Network from Schaumburg. Bottom of the 8th inning from Schaumburg. Otters up 15-2. Ryan Brown with you in the booth. Quincy Nieporte, Nick Ames, Luke Becker. For the Boomers, facing Justin Lewis in his second inning of work. First pitch fastball misses outside. Now you might be wondering, what is a boomer? Or you're wondering, why does he keep saying bomber funny? But no, they are the Boomers. And if you're curious as to what a boomer is, look no further than the local fauna of the Great Plains. The 1-0 misses outside. The Boomers are named after the lesser prairie chicken, which, as it makes its way toward their ancestral mating grounds called lens, a ground ball that gets a piece of, I should say foul ball that gets a piece of Nieporte in the batter's box, rolled all the way out to third, so that had to hurt. But a call made foul by the third base umpire, so he'll take a little breather strolling around the dirt circle around home. Well, as they head to those mating grounds, male prairie chickens do a little dance that can only best be described as a quick up and down pumping of their legs, back and forth, like bada 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 bada. And while doing that, they inflate air sacs that are on their neck, underneath their jaws. And they inflate these bright orange air sacs trying to attract mates as the 3-1 misses in. And they make this low sound, which is called a boom. And the whole ritual is referred to as booming. And that is why those chickens are often referred to as, or at least the male ones are, boomers. And thus you get the Schaumburg Boomers. Lewis facing left-handed hitter Nick Ames for the first time tonight. Gets ahead with a fastball. Following the leadoff walk. The more you know. 0-1. Fouled back. Just got a piece of that one. Ames 0 for 3. Temperature having dropped here in Schaumburg. Started right around 50 degrees. As the 0-2 is cut on and missed for strike 3. A big swing from Ames. Can't put any wood on it, so Lewis has his make it 5th punch out. Whoa, doctor. He struck out 4 in the 7th because Angelo Gums was able to reach first on a drop third strike. First pitch fastball misses outside to Luke Becker, runner at first base, 1 out. One 0, called strike 1. Luke Becker 1 for 2. 0 for 1 with a couple of walks. Foul ball, right side, out of play. Not too many fans left in the stands here, but those that are, the Schaumburg faithful, they've brought out their blankets and are all wrapped up. 1-2, ground ball to second. Davis to the shortstop, covering. Over to first, 4-6-3 double play to Kate to take care of the bottom of the 8th inning. 2 scoreless innings of work for Justin Lewis. We head to the top of the 9th. Last chance for a little bit of Otters insurance. They could need it. You never know. Up 15-2 on the Otters Digital Network. Miles Gordon will kick off the top of the ninth inning. Otters up 15-2 on the Schaumburg Boomers here on opening night of the 2021 Frontier League regular season. And on to pitch is the man who was DHing, Quincy Nieporte, in a little mop-up duty. His club down 13 runs. First pitch was a strike to Gordon. The second missed in the dirt. Gordon looking to hop onto this hit parade, though he's been on base a couple of times, as the 1-1 is fouled out of play. He's also scored a couple of runs. "13 hits for the Otters today, 15 runs, no errors. Only 6 hits allowed through 8 innings pitched. Combination of Dalton Stambaugh, Tyler Spring. Ground ball to the right side. Gloved by the second baseman, Gums. Over to first. They get Gordon by about a step, as the ground ball was not hit all that hard, about 3 or 4 hops before it reached Gums. And Miles Gordon is retired. Finishing up talking about the pitchers for the day for the Otters, as they've got a right-hander warming up, Justin Lewis, Tyler Spring, and then Dalton Stambaugh started. Nice performance from them. Andy DeJesus batting. Doubled back in the third. Grounded into a double play his last time. An 0-1 pitch. Ground ball to first. And it just kicks foul as it approaches the bag. Andy DeJesus batting with an 0-2 count. He takes a called third strike. Fastball. Outside part of the plate for out number 2. And it brings up Bryce Denton, who's already homered in this one, showing off what he can do. And one of the things that he's been hoping to achieve this season is demonstrate what he can do when healthy. Story seems to be that was plagued by some injuries in his affiliated playing career. This is a ground ball to third on the short hop by the third baseman Becker. Throws on to first for a 1-2-3 top half of the ninth. We head to the bottom half of the ninth inning. Just 3 outs to go until the Otters can secure their first win of the new 2021 Frontier League season and kick things off on the right foot. We're to the bottom of the ninth, 15-2 our score. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network. Last chance for the Prairie Chickens. Otters up 15-2 on the Boomers here in the bottom of the ninth inning. Out of the bullpen, it's Denver McQuarrie. 6'2", 190 pounds. The 23-year-old out of Mabin, Mississippi, faces right-handed hitting. Well, we'll tell you who he's batting in just a moment. Big swing and a miss from number 23. Gian Martellini, who returns to Schaumburg following his 2019 season. Martellini batting for Otto. The 1-1 misses in the dirt from McQuarrie. McQuarrie from Mabin, Mississippi. He joins the Otters after being scheduled to play in 2020, which was going to be his first professional stop in baseball. He played collegiately at Mississippi State alongside, guess who? Elijah McNamee. We're going to have to figure out where this big Bulldog connection comes from. While with the Bulldogs, McQuarrie had a .534 earned run average and 94 and a third innings pitched, and 40 appearances while striking out 71 batters. 1-2 pitch misses low. And you want to hear a fun fact about McQuarrie? Well, he wasn't just a one-sport athlete back in high school. No, sir. As he comes set, right around the letters. The 2-2 bounced in the dirt. Now, he also played football. And he was pretty good in the secondary. I believe, I imagine with his record, he wasn't a linebacker. Might have been. Let's just say he was good defensively. As he currently holds the Mississippi high school record for interceptions in all classifications of high school football. Again, in all the state of Mississippi. That's with 33 interceptions. 3-2, rolled over, ground ball to short. DeJesus up with it, throws on to first. Crane has it, one gone here in the bottom of the ninth. So you've got to imagine McQuarrie is pretty comfortable fielding comebackers. Or maybe they could send him out there for some double cuts. Think he'd be good on a relay play. Matt McGarry batting now. He's 2 for 3. At least we believe it's possible we got another pinch hitter here. Late in the ball game. Boomers down 13. First pitch runs inside. It is McGarry still. Shortstop for these Boomers. The 1-0 coming. Line drive into right field. That's a base hit. Went well over the head of the first baseman, Crane. McNamee over to cut it off to his left. And the Boomers have a one-out base runner. Otters play again here tomorrow, 6:30 the start. You can catch us again on our YouTube channel, YouTube live stream. As the Otters, if they're able to close this one out, we're looking to advance to 2-0 on the young season. Top of the order, Brent Milazzo, fly ball to right. McNamee going back, makes a fine catch, backpedaling toward the track. And now there are 2 gone. Now to pinch hit for Angelo Gums is Chase Dawson. Representing the last out for the Schaumburg Boomers and Evansville Otters. First pitch in the dirt. Otters looking to win their first regular season game since 2019. The 1-0. Misses high and away, in and out of the glove of the catcher Phillips. Otters scored 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 6 in the sixth in the third, and then 5 in the sixth. 2-0 fastball. Outside half for strike 1. In tomorrow's game, the matchup will be between right-hander Polo Portela for the Otters and southpaw Andrew Dean for the Boomers. 2-1. Low. Again, that game will start at 6:30, and then the Otters return home to play Keep Quebec for their home opener Saturday night at 6:35. 3-1 coming. Line foul. Down the line and right. And now the Boomers are down to their final strike. 15-2 in the bottom of the ninth. Runner at first. 3 balls, 2 strike count. Pitch on its way. Pops it up. In foul territory, Dakota Phillips heading toward the wall. No, sir. It gets out of play. We'll do it again. Phillips was headed toward that back netting. Had a good long look at it. It landed about 4 rows back. 4 or 5. Well, I guess technically. All right, it landed in a section where the first 2 rows are cut out. So between 4 and 6. We'll do it again. Runner at first. 2 outs. Full count offering. Fly ball down the line and right. McNamee over into foul ground. It gets out of play as he slides toward the fence and right. The runner will turn to first. Now everyone's ready. McQuarrie gets his sign. Comes set. Another 3-2 home. Fouled at the plate. Ball landed a few steps in front of the pitcher McQuarrie, so he went and got it and tossed it back toward his dugout. Otters looking to improve to 1-0. "3-2. Misses outside for ball 4. Chase Dawson comes off the bench, works a 2-out walk, puts runners at first and second. Still 2 out. So Alec Craig will stand in again. He's 0 for 2, but has been hit by a pitch and walked his last time. First pitch fastball misses high. "1-0. Fastball misses just outside, maybe getting a little chatter now from the Otters dugout. His home plate umpire, Joe Harris. Craig ahead in the count, 2-0. And that misses upstairs, 3-0. In this inning, Martellini grounded out to short, then McGarry singled. Malazzi flew out to right, Charles Dawson just walked, and now a 3-0 count on Alec Craig. Fastball hummed right in there for strike one. Three-one pitch. Misses high, ball four. Back-to-back walks with 2 outs. Have loaded the bases. Here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And that will bring up Willie Garcia. McGarry off of third. Dawson off second. Craig over at first. First pitch fastball misses away to Garcia. Garcia 0 for 4 today with a couple of strikeouts. One 0. Misses inside. 2-0. Losing the control a little bit here late is McQuarrie. Looking to work in and out of danger here. 2-0. Right down Broadway for a strike. Bases loaded, 2-1 pitch. Garcia fouls it back and out of play. Quincy Nieporte is on deck. Bases loaded. 2-2 pitch home. Swing and a miss for strike 3. That's a wrap from Schaumburg. The Otters win 15-2 over the Boomers in their first game of the 2021 Frontier League season. Total of 15 runs and 13 hits for the Otters. A home run, a 3-run blast from Bryce Denton, 2-run triple from John Schultz. Everybody getting into the action. An excellent all-around performance by the Otters to kick off 2021 and a great way to get back to baseball. Again, a 15-2 final. Nice pitching performances all around. The win will be going to Tyler Spring, who picked up after Dalton Stambaugh went 4 1/3, allowing just 2 runs, and the Otters bullpen pulling 4 2/3 innings of work, all scoreless. Did a fine job. A lot of offense to go around for the Otters. Everybody in that starting lineup got on base at least once safely. Runs driven in by Andy DeJesus, Bryce Denton, Riley Crane, J.R. Davis, John Schultz, Christopher Pujols, and a run scored by 8 out of 9 men in the lineup. So the story all spring was, well, could the Otters score runs? They can pitch and they can play defense. Well, they tried to make a statement tonight, and we will see what tomorrow has in store. Tomorrow will be a 6:30 first pitch here from Schaumburg. You can catch us again right here on the YouTube live stream. My name is Ryan Brown. Thank you so much for joining me as we celebrated the return of Frontier League Baseball. We got a long season ahead of us, but it should be a lot of fun, especially if the Otters play like this. See you tomorrow at 6:30. Until then, have a good night. Once again, the final from Schaumburg, 15-2 in favor of the Evansville Otters. They advance, they improve to 1-0 on the young season. The Schaumburg Boomers fall to 0-1. We'll have it back here tomorrow at 6:20 for a pregame show on the Otters Digital Network. You've been listening to the Otters Digital Network.